Chapter 759. The steps towards summer gradually became faster, and the weather gradually became hotter. It was different from last year. As soon as it was the middle of May, people began wildly buying Shinfei brand magic fans and magic air conditioners. This was because, according to the experience of last year, new Flyers production was limited, so the magic fans and magic air conditioners produced each year couldn't keep up with the demand of the market. If one bought it late, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to buy it at all. Moreover, this summer was when new Flyers' new generation magic fan and magic air conditioner were released, so naturally it attracted people's attention. They had to act first to gain the advantage. According to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's advertisements in the newspapers, the new generation of magic fans used the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's wind attributed magic engine technology, making the wind much stronger. Moreover, with the water magic array, the wind blown out by the magic fan had a trace of water, making it much cooler and more comfortable for people. Other than this, when the new generation magic fan increased the wind power, because of the increase in the magic array technology, it increased the efficiency of the magic array and decreased the energy consumption of the magic fan. The previous magic fan could maintain one high concentration magic crystal for around 3 days, but the new generation magic fan could increase this to 4 days. Although it seemed like it was just an increase of a day, when it was accumulated, it saved quite a bit of energy each month. The new magic air conditioner was increased in the same direction as the new magic fan, mainly focusing on power and energy consumption. Moreover, the magic air conditioner's energy consumption was much higher than the magic air conditioner, so it was more obvious that it saved energy with the new magic air conditioner. According to a small calculation in the Bandit Times, if they used the new magic air conditioner, they would use it for 8 hours a day. In a single month, they would save 3 units of high-concentration magic crystals. With the current price of a new Flyers high-concentration magic crystals, saving 3 standard high-concentration magic crystals would save over 30 silver coins. Speaking of which, this isn't considered much, right? Steele knit her brows as she looked at the report on the new magic air conditioner in the Bandit Times, and she couldn't help shaking her head. It's just 30 silver coins, that's saving for a month. For people who can afford a magic air conditioner that costs 30 gold coins, this isn't something they care about at all. Sui laughed and shook his head. Steele, you are a typical example of a well-fed man not knowing the suffering of a starving man. Wasn't saving 30 silver coins a month a lot? Have you forgotten that there are many people in this world who don't even have enough to eat? Steele snappily glared at Sui. How could someone who can't even eat their fill afford a magic air conditioner? People who can afford the magic air conditioner, how could they care about a trivial 30 silver coins a month? The first half is correct, but the second half is completely wrong. Sui laughed and said, in this world, there are many people who are unwilling to spend money the more they have. For example, we are all familiar with great magician Talachi. If he could save 30 silver coins a month, he would definitely be very happy. Steele gave a laugh. Hey, Sui, if great magician Talachi heard what you said, he would definitely be angry. Relax. He will only be happy after hearing this, because he is that kind of person. Sui said with a shrug. Other than that, you've neglected a problem. Steele, just a magic air conditioner can save 30 silver coins a month. If you add in a magic fan, you can save at least 40 silver coins a month. If you spread this to the magic stove, the magic rice cooker, the magic bread maker, the magic lamp, and other household magic machines that people normally use, don't you think that you can save quite a bit of money each month? But who would use so many household magic machines at the same time? Steele suddenly stopped when she said this. After looking at Sui, she suddenly remembered that Sui wasn't wrong at all. After being promoted and developed over the years, the concept of household magic machines was already deeply rooted in the people of the surrounding countries. Basically, as long as it was a family with enough conditions, if they could buy one household magic machine, they would gradually buy other kinds of household magic machines. In the end, their family would have all kinds of household magic machines. This was because after you used a household magic machine, you would be deeply convinced by the convenience it brought. Naturally, you would want to buy more household magic machines, making your life more convenient and comfortable. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce's household magic machine department's profits kept increasing over the years, becoming more and more exaggerated each year. This was because the new magic house concept the Frestech Chamber of Commerce proposed several years ago had been accepted by everyone. To enjoy the convenience of these household magic machines, one had to pay a corresponding price. Other than the large amount of gold coins one had to pay to buy these household magic machines, during the process of using them, these household magic machines would consume magic crystals, which would also incur costs. There was a newspaper in the Lampari Kingdom that had done a similar report. It proved that if a family had all the household magic machines on the market, in a normal situation, they would use at least 60 to 80 high-concentration magic crystals per month. With New Flyer's current price of high-concentration magic crystals, this would cost 6 to 8 gold coins per month. So the newspaper came to a conclusion. The new magic house concept that New Flyer proposed was very good, but to enjoy this new convenient lifestyle, one had to pay the corresponding energy consumption. Although this view was refuted by many other newspapers, because even if they didn't use the household magic machines, there would still be various kinds of consumption. For example, the traditional method of using firewood or coal. Not only did it take longer, it also consumed quite a bit of materials. Compared to this, it wasn't as cheap as using the household magic machines. But because the consumption of the traditional lifestyle was hard to quantify, it was very easy to quantify the consumption with the household magic machines, even giving a very accurate number. So it seemed like the consumption of the household magic machines was much higher. Of course, this view didn't stop the household magic machines from selling. No matter how much it cost, the household magic machines greatly improved their daily lives. No one was willing to continue living like this when they had the conditions. But if they could reduce their consumption in this situation, naturally it would be very welcomed. Think about it. Just a magic air conditioner could save 30 silver coins a month. Then if they included all the household magic machines in their home, if they could save a bit, wouldn't they be able to save 1 or 2 gold coins a month? In a year, that would be a dozen or even 20 gold coins. It had to be known just 6 or 7 years ago, whether it was the Lampari Kingdom or the Principality of Constantine, the income of many families was only a few dozen gold coins a year. Thinking of this, Steele instantly understood Su Yi's thoughts. This is also right. For a normal family, being able to save a bit each month is very important. Steele nodded. After thinking for a bit, she asked, "But Su Yi, haven't you always been promoting the standardization of household magic machines? Now that all the other companies are finally using the New Flyer's high-concentration magic crystals, if you raise the slogan of saving energy at this time, wouldn't it affect the sales of the high-concentration magic crystals?" Su Yi gave a shrug. "This was my goal to begin with." "Oh, why?" Steele looked at Su Yi with a confused gaze. Su Yi had always attached great importance to the magic crystal refining technology and had always been promoting the standardization of household magic machines. To Steele, this was clearly laying the foundation for the New Flyer to sell the high-concentration magic crystals. But now Su Yi wanted to reduce the sales of the high-concentration magic crystals. What was the reason for this? Su Yi was silent for a bit, not knowing how to respond to Steele. The idea of reducing energy consumption was deeply ingrained in Su Yi's mind as a person who had transmigrated from Earth. When he started researching magic machines, he already had this idea. Just like how the most popular energy source on Earth, oil, was limited, the magic crystals on signs were all over the place and weren't worth much. But there was also a limit. If one didn't know how to control their consumption, the magic crystals would be used up one day. Even with the amount of magic crystals on signs right now, it would take over 1,000 years before that day would come. But Su Yi wanted to set this principle for the continent from the beginning. Of course, this was for long-term considerations. But for practical considerations, there was an old problem. New Flyer's production capacity wasn't enough. Right now, only New Flyer could refine high-concentration magic crystals, and because of how important this was, Su Yi didn't plan on giving this technology away in the short term. Then it could be seen that for a long time, New Flyer would have to take on the task of producing high-concentration magic crystals for all the magic machines. Even if Sue E attached great importance to this problem, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's production of high-concentration magic crystals was far from being able to compare to the market's demand for high-concentration magic crystals. According to the data given by the Academy of Magic, if the current situation continued, in at most 3 years, New Flyer's high-concentration magic crystals wouldn't be able to meet the market's demand. If this situation really happened, the consequences would be very serious. Not only would it affect the sales of various household magic machines, it would also affect the energy standard that Sue E worked hard to implement. Without high-concentration magic crystals, there would be many companies that wouldn't follow this standard. Sue E's solution to this problem was to split it into 2 parts. One was to strengthen the research of high-concentration magic crystals, increasing the production capacity and the energy use of the high-concentration magic crystals as soon as possible. The other was to use the new magic fan and the new magic air conditioner to convey a new concept to everyone. That was energy conservation. Chapter 760. It was a good thing that Steele wasn't that interested in this question. Seeing that Sue seemed a bit troubled, she just smiled and didn't pursue the matter. She turned her attention back to the filming site not far in front of them. Since the magic illusion projector was released, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce, with the support and guidance of Sue E, and because of Steele's own interest, began to invest more and more into the filming of the magic illusion projector. The Daily Life of the New Moon Troupe documentary was very popular and was requested to be shown many times in the theaters of the various cities. The New Moon Chamber of Commerce took this chance to release the second, third, and even more. They also planned to release a few more films, as well as some related films, creating a series of films. According to the plan, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce would record all the films together and put them in the same recording box, allowing the people who bought the magic illusion projector to watch them at home. As soon as the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's plan was announced, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic illusion projector sales went from a lukewarm 200 units a month to over 3,000 units. At the same time, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce also received over 2,500 orders for the Daily Life of the New Moon Troupe series. At this time, the 4th part of the Daily Life of the New Moon Troupe hadn't even started filming yet. Steele's sharp eyes found a large business opportunity in the magic illusion projector, so she immediately shifted the focus of the New Moon Troupe to the filming of the magic illusion projector. Moreover, she convinced Elder Undine to work with the Azhara tribe to film a documentary about the life of the Azhara tribe. After it was released, it was also very popular. At this point, Steele completely believed in Sue Yi's prediction of the magic illusion projector. She was certain that with the appearance of this thing, there would be a new entertainment model. While filming various documentaries, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce was also helping the New Flyer film various advertisements. The illusion film that Russell saw when he entered the Principality of Constantine was filmed by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce. It was mainly to introduce the various household magic machines of a New Flyer. And now, the set in front of the 2 of them was another very important advertisement. The content of this advertisement was very simple. It was related to the New Flyer's new magic sedan, but the people participating in the advertisement weren't simple. Because the main character was Elder Lasagna. Seeing Elder Lasagna driving the brand new red Sheenfei brand magic sedan through the road, Steele couldn't help looking at Sue E with a strange look. When Sue E told her that Elder Lasagna had offered to shoot the advertisement, she was very surprised. Elder Lasagna had been filming here for half a day, but she still felt that it was unreal. Elder Lasagna was a dignified elder of the elf clan. It was one thing for her to like racing, and it could be regarded as one of her strange personal hobbies. But now, she had come to shoot an advertisement that would definitely be watched by countless people. It really subverted the inherent image of the elves in the minds of the people. Someone who was driving a magic sedan at a very high speed on the road. Was an elven elder? Steele believed that as long as this news was released, before this advertisement was officially released, it would definitely attract people's attention. Speaking of this, Sue, it's fine if Elder Lasagna took the initiative to shoot this advertisement, but why did she have to drag Agnes in? Steele looked at the other corner of the set, looking at Agnes, who was talking to several elves in a low voice as she asked this in a doubtful voice. Because Elder Lasagna felt that Agnes had already become a model for elves and humans, so she wanted to let as many elves see this advertisement. So not only did she take the initiative to shoot it, she also included Agnes. Suti explained. Model? Because Agnes married you? Steele slightly knit her brows. Suti, do you think this is good? There's nothing bad about it, right? Suti revealed a faint smile. Agnes is an elf after all, so this is for the sake of the entire elf race. So she has no reason to reject it. Moreover, isn't she very happy that she's participating in this advertisement? Of course, once this advertisement is released, I'm certain that she and Elder Lasagna will become stars. Steele said, for Agnes, this must be a very novel experience. Sue, he rolled his eyes at Steele. This really is the tone of an experienced person. I say, Steele, I'm certain that as long as you're willing to come back, you'll be more popular than Agnes. Even in the current Banta city, you still have the title of the Banta goddess. Steele gave a laugh. This is something from many years ago. Our child is already 5 years old. How could the people of Banta City still treat me as a Banta goddess? After saying this, Steele's eyes turned as if she thought of something. Right, Sue, speaking of children, whether it is Elder Alicia or Elder Lasagna, they've always cared about your child with Agnes. But you and Agnes have been together for close to 2 years, so why hasn't there been any movement from Agnes? To be honest, I really want to see what a half-elf child looks like. Sue, he helplessly spread his hands. Agnes and I have already done everything, but there's no reaction, so I can't do anything. Perhaps it's because you used the wrong method? Sue, he glared at Steele. Hey, is this something a wife should say to her husband? As a wife, you're this concerned about your husband being with another woman. Isn't this right? Steele pursed her lips into a smile. She reached out to pinch Su Yi's face and said with a soft snort, Don't act like you're innocent after taking advantage. Tell me, I'm really curious. It's no use being curious because I also don't know the reason. Elder Alicia and Elder Lasagna are countless times more concerned than you, so they've asked me countless times. They've even given me many historical materials on elves and humans for me to study. But it's no use. Then what do we do? Could it be that you and Agnes really can't have a half-elf child? Sui gave a sigh. He turned to look at Agnes, who had a smile on her face and didn't seem worried at all. He shook his head and said, There's no other way. It seems like we can only wait for the arrangements of the heavens. Steele slightly knit her brows. She looked at Agnes for a while before suddenly saying, All right, let's ignore Agnes for now. What about Betty and Carol? You've never touched them. Could it be that you're planning on letting them continue like this? There's nothing wrong with that, right? So he was a bit surprised. The two of them were forced to me by 70, so I have to respect their wishes. Steele looked at Sue in a daze for a while before giving a sigh. She shook her head and reached out to tap Su Yi's forehead. Su Yi, you're a gentleman. I like this part of you very much. But do you know that sometimes, if you're too gentle, it's actually harmful to others? Betty and Carol are yours now, and no one can change that. You've never touched them. Do you know how painful it is for them? Could it be that you've forgotten Liz and Linda from before? Su Yi knit his brows. Steele, could it be that you're encouraging me to go and combine with them? Steele glared at Su Yi and said in a low voice, That's right. I want you to find a chance to combine with them as soon as possible. The faster the better. Otherwise, if it's delayed by a day, they'll be in pain for another day. Sui knit his brows and looked at Steele for a while. He held Steele's face in his hands and looked into her eyes as he asked in a gentle voice, Steele, what's wrong? Although you've always been open-minded about this, I know that you're not willing to let me be with other women. I'm not willing to touch Betty and Carol because of you. But why are you now taking the initiative to ask me to touch them? Something must have happened. Tell me. Steele lowered her eyes like she was avoiding Su Yi's gaze. After a while, there was a blush that appeared on her face. He was filled with curiosity. He and Steele had known each other for 7 years and had been married for 6 years. They could be considered an old couple, so what was there for her to blush about in front of him? When he was about to ask, he heard a soft sound that was like a mosquito coming from Steele's mouth. Because I haven't been able to satisfy you for a long time. I'm pregnant again. He stared at Steele in a daze. It took him half a minute to react. You're pregnant? Steele nodded slowly. Yes, I noticed something was wrong last month, so I went for a checkup. I'm indeed pregnant. If we calculate the time, today should be the 3rd month. He silently calculated in his heart. That means if there are no accidents, we'll have a 2nd child at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. Yes. He was dazed for a moment, and then he felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. After Steele gave birth to Freya, there had been no signs of pregnancy in the past 5 years. This made He think that Steele couldn't have a 2nd child. But now that Steele had suddenly given him such a surprise, he didn't know how to react for a moment. After a moment of daze, he couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart and couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ye's wild laughter spread far and wide, attracting the attention of everyone on the set. Everyone looked at Ye, who couldn't stop laughing, and Steele, who was blushing and looking a little embarrassed. They were all confused. Mr. President, did something good happen to him? Chapter 761. Ding ling ling. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. The hot air that rushed in collided with the cool breeze that was rotating inside the tavern, causing the wind chimes hanging on the door beam to let out a crisp, ringing sound. Sitting near the door, there were several large men drinking cold ale that were caught in the heat. They instantly broke out in sweat and couldn't help cursing out. Hey, I say, old John, you should quickly buy a magic air conditioner. Just relying on these 2 old first-generation magic fans. How can you cool this place down? That's right, look, we're about to die from the heat just sitting here. Let me tell you, if you're not willing to spend the money to buy a magic fan, us old customers won't be able to take it and run away. That's right, there's a new tavern that opened in town. They just opened, and there are 3 magic air conditioners inside. I went in the day before yesterday, and it was really cool. Sitting inside and drinking wine was simply enjoyable. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm used to coming here and there are many old customers here, I wouldn't have come today. Hearing the complaints of his regular customers, old John revealed a simple smile. He nodded as he replied, All right, I'll buy 1 tomorrow and guarantee that you'll all be comfortable here. We're all old customers, so of course I'll satisfy whatever you want. That's right, old John. Speaking of buying a magic air conditioner, you should buy a Shinfei brand. A large man said. A trace of hesitation appeared on old John's face. Shinfei brand? The Shinfei brand magic air conditioner is more expensive than the other brands. Che, you don't understand this. Don't look at how the Shinfei brand magic air conditioner is more expensive than the other brands, but it's easier to use. Let me tell you, 2 of my neighbors bought magic air conditioners last year. One of them bought the Shinfei brand, and the other one bought. What is it called? It seems to be the Thorns brand. Anyway, it's just a magic air conditioner of a different brand. Then guess what? The one who bought the Shinfei brand was still using it yesterday. The one who bought the Thorns brand magic air conditioner, it broke before the summer of last year. There was a burst of laughter in the tavern, taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Ha ha, he deserves it. Who told him to be greedy and buy a random brand of magic air conditioner? If you want to buy household magic machines, of course you should choose the Shinfei brand. Well, old John, don't hesitate. Hurry up and buy it before it gets hottest. Otherwise, you won't be able to get it even if you want to. By the way, I read in the newspaper that New Flyer is running an energy-saving promotion recently. As long as you replace your old Shinfei brand household magic machines, you can enjoy the discount. Old John, if you take these 2 magic fans, you should be able to enjoy a bit of a discount. Really? Old Johann looked at the 2 magic fans that were blowing cool air, and his heart was a bit unwilling. He had already bought these 2 Shinfei brand magic fans for 3 years, and they had been with him the entire time. There had never been a problem with them, so he was already used to their existence. But thinking about how the magic air conditioner would make the tavern more comfortable, he could only reluctantly part with them. He had been running this tavern for all these years, and although his business was good because he treated his customers with sincerity, he had never made a fortune. Otherwise, he could have directly bought 2 more magic air conditioners. While thinking about the cost of buying the magic air conditioner and making plans in his heart, old John walked over to the table where the customers who had just come in were sitting. "Customers, what do you need?" Old John's eyes fell onto these people. With his years of experience running a tavern, he could easily tell that these customers weren't normal citizens. Although they had just come in, there wasn't a single speck of dust on their bodies or their feet. They were very clean from head to toe, so it could be seen that they had a very good means of transportation. This was a small town that wasn't far from the border between the Drake Duchy and the Fok Kingdom. These customers clearly weren't from the Drake Duchy, so they should be from the Fok Kingdom. The Fok Kingdom didn't have magic sedans like the Drake Duchy, so their means of transportation should be the traditional horse carriage that didn't have many decorations, but it was clearly made of excellent materials. "Just bring in a few dishes." A normal-looking young man who was around 30 years old waved his hand and casually said this. "If there's any good wine, bring in a bit." "All right, please wait a bit." Old John went to the kitchen first before taking out 2 bottles of chilled low-alcohol malt wine from the magic freezer behind the counter, as well as a few cups. Their eyes fell onto the malt wine bottles, and they found that there was an ice-cold aura around the bottles. There was even a thin layer of frost that made them all reveal looks of surprise. "Hey, boss, I never thought that a small store like yours would actually have an ice cellar." A middle-aged customer who was around 40 years old couldn't help giving a sigh of praise. Without waiting for old John's reply, the man who had urged old John to buy the magic air conditioner turned around and gave a laugh. "I say, where did you come from? You don't even know about the magic freezer? Do we still need an ice cellar these days? You're simply too outdated. Don't you think so?" The tavern filled with laughter filled with ridicule again. The expression of the young man who had ordered the dishes changed. When he was about to speak, he was stopped by the middle-aged customer who had asked the question. Looking at the malt wine that was still releasing a chill, the middle-aged customer asked old John, "Boss, can you explain what this magic freezer is for? Also, what are the magic fans and magic air conditioners that you mentioned just now?" "Ha, ha, you really are a country bumpkin from who knows where. You don't know anything. Loki, shut up and drink your wine." Without waiting for the guests to get angry, John Sr. turned his head and scolded the burly man fiercely, then turned around and put on a smile again. "This customer, it's very troublesome to explain these things. You can see that there are quite a few customers here, and I'm quite busy." The middle-aged customer revealed a faint smile and reached into his chest. When he took it out again, he had already taken out 2 gold coins and slowly placed them on the table. Old John's eyes lit up. Seeing the middle-aged customer nod, he swept his right hand across the table with a smile, and the 2 gold coins disappeared without a trace. Then he pulled a chair over and sat down at the table. With a soft cough, he said, "This magic freezer, it can be used to store things. As for the magic fan there are 2 of them here." Old John spoke while the middle-aged customer asked questions. After talking for half an hour, old John finally finished explaining the uses of these household magic machines. In the beginning, the middle-aged customer was interested in the household magic machines themselves, but as he asked, his questions began to focus on the new flyer. Knowing that all the household magic machines on the market were developed by a company like the New Flyer, the middle-aged customer and his companions were all very surprised. Based on this Frestech Chamber of Commerce really is amazing. The middle-aged customer couldn't help praising. It's just a company, but it can develop all these novel products. It can even be said that this Chamber of Commerce alone has propped up a whole new industry. This is really too amazing. Of course, if the New Flyer isn't incredible, there wouldn't be any incredible company on the continent. The man named Rocky cut in again. Looking at his proud appearance, it was like praising the New Flyer was the same as praising him. If it wasn't for the New Flyer, how could our Drake Duchy become this good? How could I have found such a good job? As Loki spoke, he raised a glass in his hand and made a toast to the southwest. Come, cheers to the incredible new flyer. Thank you for giving me this brand new life. Oh, what was surprising was that several of the big men around Loki who were drinking with him also raised their glasses and shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged customer's companions all opened their eyes wide in shock. The middle-aged customer was still calm, but he was clearly very surprised. Looking at Rocky and the others, he couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. Ah, this really is exaggerated. Hey, Boss John, can you tell me what kind of job the new flyer has brought to this Mr. Rocky? It actually made him this grateful to the new flyer? Old John looked at Rocky and the others who were clearly drunk and shook his head with emotion. He said with a sigh, "Of course he has to thank the new flyer. 3 years ago, he was still a pitiful guy who couldn't even feed his own son. Now, he was able to earn 10 or even 20 gold coins a month. In addition, his wife could earn 10 gold coins a month. The life of the family was completely different from before. All of this was brought to him by the new flyer. So don't you think you should thank the new flyer? He can earn 10 to 20 gold coins a month?" The middle-aged customer couldn't hide his shock this time. He should only be a normal commoner, right? What kind of job can make him this much money? Hey, it's not a special job. He's just a skilled worker in a joint venture factory in a nearby new flyer. The skilled workers in that factory earn at least 10 gold coins a month, and his skills are the best among them, so he naturally earns the most, Old John replied. Skilled worker? The middle-aged customer's expression changed. He picked up the bottle of malt wine that was no longer cold due to the heat wave in the tavern, walked to Rocky's side, and filled his empty cup. Rocky looked at him in surprise, burped, and asked, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged customer smiled slightly. "Hello, can I have a chat with you?" Chapter 762. Half an hour later, a few guests who had come from afar walked out of the tavern. The young man in his 30s who was in charge of ordering looked back at Loki and the others who were dead drunk in the tavern. He frowned slightly and moved closer to the middle-aged guest walking at the front. He said in a low voice, "Lord Marquis, it's a waste of time to talk to these ignorant commoners. I think we should go directly to Duke Drake and ask him what you're concerned about. It should be much easier than now." The middle-aged customer turned his head and glanced at him. He smiled slightly. "Ignorant? My dear Seymour, have you forgotten that you were just mocked for being a country bumpkin?" Seymour's expression froze, and he said angrily, "Bah, a bunch of lowly people. How dare they call us country bumpkins? If this was our Malor Empire, I would immediately make them pay the price for what they said." The middle-aged guest shook his head and sighed. "Seymour, your father asked you to come with me to increase your knowledge and temper your temperament. If you still maintain this attitude, then I can only send someone to send you back immediately." Seymour was stunned. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute, but he still lowered his head dejectedly. "Yes, Lord Marquis, you're right. I know my mistake." The middle-aged guest looked back at the tavern they had just walked out of. He narrowed his eyes and let out a sigh full of emotion. They are indeed commoners, but if we're talking about being ignorant, at least in the aspect of magic machines, we are far inferior to them. If we didn't happen to know about magic machines in the Fa Kingdom, I'm afraid we would still be ignorant. The more I know about these things, the more amazed I am. Why hasn't anyone thought of such amazing magic tools before? It's not that there hasn't been. In fact, many magicians have researched magic tools before, but those magicians mainly research them to use as weapons. This new flyer, on the other hand, mainly researched them for people's daily lives, Seymour said. That's why this new flyer is so amazing, the middle-aged guest praised. Other magicians didn't think of it, but this new flyer did. That was why the new flyer was so successful, becoming the most profitable and influential chamber of commerce in the surrounding small countries. And from what Loki had just said, all the products of this new flyer seemed to come from the ideas of their president himself. If that's really the case, then their president, Sue-E, is truly an outstanding person. Seymour glanced at the middle-aged guest in surprise. He knew very well that although Sir Marquis had always been approachable and was very gentle and amiable to the commoners, he was actually very arrogant and rarely praised others. But now, He actually gave such a high evaluation to the new Flyers president, whom he had never even met before, which was very rare. After some thought, Seymour said, "I don't think this new Flyer is that powerful. In the past few years, they have been so successful in the surrounding small countries because there were no other powerful magicians who cared about magic machines, so they were able to dominate. But once other powerful magicians noticed, I think they would have nothing to do with it." "Idiot!" The middle-aged guest unceremoniously reprimanded Seymour. "Could it be that you still haven't noticed from what you've seen in the past few days? How much profit does this new Flyer's magic machines contain? In front of such huge profits, which magician would remain indifferent? And until now, apart from the new Flyer, there hasn't been any other magic machine merchant that can be compared to them. Do you think it's that simple? Oomph. How could these few small countries have any powerful magicians? If the truly powerful magicians of our Malar Empire were willing to research these things, they would definitely be able to easily defeat this new Flyer." Seymour was still somewhat unconvinced. The middle-aged guest glanced at him and didn't continue to reprimand him. Although Seymour was already 33 years old, because he had always been under the protection of his mother, his mind wasn't mature enough. It wasn't strange that some young people didn't want to admit defeat. Bringing him out this time could be considered a form of training for him. As for what Seymour had said about easily defeating the new Flyer, Dale and Marquis of Southgard, who had collected countless rumors about the new Flyer over the past few days, definitely didn't think so. Perhaps the new Flyer's current influence was limited to these small countries in the southwest corner of the continent, so it couldn't be compared to the super first-rate merchant guilds on the continent like the Kamla Empire's Chimera Chamber of Commerce and the Mala Empire's Sunset Chamber of Commerce. However, a merchant guild that could grow from nothing to such a scale in less than 7 years definitely couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the new Flyer was different from any other traditional merchant guild in the signs. It actually dealt in magic tools that were previously thought to be exclusive to magicians. Moreover, the new Flyer was very creative in turning these magic tools into something that normal people could easily use. It was simply turning the noble and mysterious magic that normal people couldn't remove into a normal thing. Just based on this, it already went against the common concept of all magicians on the continent. After personally experiencing the convenience of the magic refrigerator and magic fan in the small tavern, the Marquis of Southgard had to admit that the new Flyer had already perfected these magic tools. The 2 household magic machines that the tavern owner mentioned not only had outstanding functions, they were also very simple to use. Normal people didn't understand magic at all, but they didn't need any understanding of magic to operate these 2 household magic machines. They just needed to know how to operate them and press the appropriate buttons to operate them. Out of curiosity, the Marquis of Southgard tried to operate the magic fan according to the tavern owner's instructions. He found that it was very simple, and even a child could easily control it. It had to be said, for the new Flyer to be able to display this kind of mysterious magic in such a simple manner, it really was a very incredible thing. "Sir Marquis, where do we go next?" The driver who had already driven the horse carriage over asked the Marquis of Southgard this question. The Marquis of Southgard thought for a bit before pointing out of town. "Let's go to the new Flyer's joint venture factory outside town to take a look." Seymour on the side knit his brows. He wanted to say that they shouldn't waste time, but he didn't dare say it in the end. When the 2 were about to get into the horse carriage, there was a strange roar that came from behind them. The 2 of them turned around in surprise and saw a completely black monster that was reflecting the summer sun. It was shining like a monster as it flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, this monster that seemed to be made of steel arrived beside the 2 of them like a whirlwind. Then with a strong gust of wind, it passed by the 2 of them and disappeared on the other side of the road in the blink of an eye. "Damn, Viscount Landuri's kid is racing in town again. How many times has it been? Damn, that kid almost hit someone last time, and he dares to do this again. Let's see if I don't report him when the princess comes next time. Isn't it just buying a new magic sedan? What is he being so arrogant for? When father becomes rich, I'll buy one and drive it under him every day Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant." There were sounds of cursing behind them. It was a group of customers who came out of the tavern and saw the monster flying off. The Marquis of Southgard had a thought as he turned to ask, "This is a magic car?" Yes, this is a magic car." The people in the tavern had a deep impression of Marquis Southgate, who had been asking questions in the tavern, so they immediately replied when they heard this. Then they felt that something was wrong and added, No, this is called a magic sedan. Although it is a type of magic car, there are many kinds of magic cars. Other than a magic sedan, there are also transport magic cars and passenger magic cars." "Oh," the Marquis of Southgard gave a slight nod. He wanted to ask more, but he felt that this wasn't a good time to ask, so he gave up on this idea. After the customers left, the Marquis of Southgard looked down and found that there was quite a bit of dust on him from the magic sedan that had just passed. He couldn't help knitting his brows. That kid Seymour has always been a bit of a clean freak. He might not be satisfied this time. The Marquis of Southgard turned to look at Seymour, but he didn't hear any complaints. Rather, he just stared in the direction that the magic sedan had just left in, like he was in a daze. Could it be that he was frightened? The Marquis of Southgard turned in front of Seymour with a bit of worry. Seeing the stunned Seymour, he raised his hand and waved it in front of him. "Hey, Seymour, are you all right?" Seymour's gaze gradually recovered, and his eyes slowly returned to normal. I'm fine. Then the Marquis of Southgard looked at him with a confused look. Seymour suddenly revealed an excited look. He pointed in the direction that the magic sedan had disappeared in and loudly shouted, "Uncle Dalen, did you see that? Did you see that?" The Marquis of Southgard was even more surprised. This kid was this shocked? He actually forgot what his father told him before leaving and changed the way he called him. "Saw what?" "Saw that. That magic sedan?" "Right. Did you see that magic sedan? It's simply too cool. Too cool. I never thought that there would be such a fast horse in this world." "No, it's not a horse carriage, it's a car. I never thought that a car could run this fast." "I don't care, Uncle Dalen. I have to get one for myself." Seeing the clearly excited Seymour, the Marquis of Southgard felt a headache coming on. This fellow had been spoiled by his mother since he was young, so once he became willful, he didn't care about anything else. If this was a normal situation, the Marquis of Southgard could reprimand him, but after hearing Seymour's request, the Marquis of Southgard thought of a good idea. "All right." The Marquis of Southgard patted Seymour's shoulder with a smile and said with a kind look, "Since you want it, it's very simple. We'll buy one." Chapter 763. Strictly speaking, the Drake Duchy was a duchy, so there was no such thing as a capital. But as the location of the Duke Manor, Filio City was naturally the political and economic center of the Drake Duchy. The Drake Duchy wasn't that big, so naturally Filio's city wasn't that big before. Not to mention comparing it to the Lampari Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City, it was even smaller than the previous Banda City. It could be considered a small city that could be seen all over the signs. So when a Marquis of Southgard and Seymour saw the walls of Filio's city in the distance, they couldn't help revealing disappointed looks. On the way, they had seen many novel things in the Drake Duchy, which could be considered an eye-opener for them. It also made them look forward to seeing the most developed city in the Drake Duchy, Filio City, but they never thought that it would be like this after seeing it with their own eyes. It really made them disappointed. However, the magic sedan carrying the two of them didn't head to the city walls in the distance. Rather, it went around in a circle, as if it was planning on going around the city. Seymour was surprised. He asked the driver they hired when they hired the magic sedan, "Hey, where are you taking us?" The driver looked at him in the rearview mirror and replied with a smile, "This customer, didn't you come here to buy a magic sedan? It's not for sale in the old city. The new Flyer Special store is in the new city, so I'm taking you there now." "New city?" Seymour muttered before looking at the Marquis of Southgard. The Marquis of Southgard gave a slight nod, signaling for him to wait and see. Seymour didn't ask anything else and leaned back in his seat. Feeling the comfortable softness of the back seat, Seymour couldn't help letting out a satisfied moan. If it was said that when he saw the magic sedan in the small town on the border, he was completely moved by the shocking speed of the magic sedan. Now that he hired this magic sedan and rode it all the way here, his heart was filled with praise for the magic sedan. Not to mention that it was countless times faster than a traditional horse carriage. Just based on the comfort of sitting in it, the magic sedan had already surpassed all the traditional horse carriages. When he was in the Malur Empire, he had sat in the luxurious horse carriage of Duke by Dee's family. Although that horse carriage was made of expensive materials and had the softest carpet, in terms of comfort, it couldn't compare to sitting in this magic sedan. Of course, the reason why this magic sedan could make him feel as comfortable as sitting on his own sofa was mostly because of the smooth road they were driving on. This was Seymour's first time seeing such a smooth road. When a magic sedan drove on it, he didn't feel any bumps at all. It was completely different from riding on the bumpy gravel roads of the Malur Empire. Seymour and Marquis of Southgard even fell asleep for a while due to the comfort. After personally experiencing such a journey, Seymour made up his mind. Of course, he had to buy a magic sedan, but at the same time, he had to build several roads in the Empire that were the same as this one. Otherwise, even if it was the magic sedan, it wouldn't be that comfortable driving on those gravel roads. The magic sedan with the two of them maintained a speed of around 50 kilometers an hour, quickly passing by the old city that was surrounded by the city walls on the road outside Filio City. Marquis of Southgard and Seymour looked out the window, and they couldn't help taking a deep breath. What appeared in front of the two of them was a group of buildings that they couldn't see the end of. These buildings had the traditional low wooden houses on signs, but most of them were tall brick buildings that were at least 10 meters tall. In the most conspicuous place in the distance, there were 3 buildings that soared into the sky that were at least several dozen meters tall, which looked very magnificent. In the middle of these buildings, there was a series of equally straight, spacious, and flat roads crisscrossing each other, dividing this huge new city into neat areas. On both sides of the road, there were tall iron pillars that were set apart, and there was a beautiful magic lamp hanging at the top of each pillar. They had seen these magic lamps before. They should have come from the New Flyer. Seymour curiously asked the driver in front, and learned that these were the so-called street lamps. When the light dimmed at night, they would light up the entire road. Hearing the driver's explanation, the Marquis of Southgard and Seymour couldn't help praising them in their hearts. Not mentioning anything else in Filio City, just based on these street lamps, it already surpassed all the other cities on the continent. You haven't seen enough. Who would have thought that after the driver heard their praises, he would break out in laughter and shake his head to deny their thoughts? Let me tell you, these street lamps were first developed in the Lampari Kingdom's Banda City before other cities followed suit. Our Filio City is already considered quite late in building these things. Banta City was the first to use these street lamps. Is it because of the New Flyer? Seymour kept asking. They had heard many rumors about the New Flyer on the way, so they were very clear on how the New Flyer had started in the Lampari Kingdom's Banda City. This thing was proposed by the New Flyer's chairman Sue, so Banda City was the first to implement it. Then everyone felt that this thing was very easy to use, so they all learned it. It seems like this New Flyer has changed the appearance of many cities with just these simple magic lamps and street lamps. The Marquis of Southgard gave an emotional sigh before looking at the 3 tall buildings in the distance and asking, "Then what is with these 3 tall buildings? Could it be that they were also built by the New Flyer? The Drake Duchy definitely couldn't build such tall buildings before, right? Then these 3 buildings? No. The New Flyer only makes magic machines. These 3 buildings weren't built by them. They were built by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. But it's not wrong to say that it's related to the New Flyer, since the most important materials for these 3 buildings, such as the cement and the steel bars, as well as the large amount of construction magic machines, were all provided by the New Flyer. Cement? Steel bars? Construction magic machines? This was the Marquis of Southgard and Seymour's first time hearing these words, so they couldn't help being surprised. The Marquis of Southgard looked at the 3 buildings and couldn't help being shocked. This New Flyer really was worth exploring. Whenever he thought that he had a good understanding of a New Flyer, there would always be something new that would make him realize his mistakes. The Marquis of Southgard suddenly felt that his decision to investigate the Drake Duchy after seeing the new magic machines in the Fok Kingdom couldn't be more correct. If he could understand the background of the new flyer, this trip would be very fruitful. All right, we're here. The magic sedan suddenly slowed down before slowing down and finally stopping. The Marquis of Southgard and Seymour looked out of the car and found that they were in front of a large building. Through the window, they could see that there was a large sign on the door of the building, which had the words Shinfei Product Service Center written on it. Hey, we're here to buy magic sedans. What are we doing here? Seymour couldn't help asking. That's right, this is the place that sells magic sedans. The driver opened the door for the two of them with a smile. The Marquis of Southgard and Seymour got out, and there were two more magic sedans that stopped beside them. The followers that the Marquis of Southgard had brought with him this time came out of the magic sedan. They had taken two traditional horse carriages to come from the Fok Kingdom, but because they had seen the magic sedans in a small town on the border and had heard that there was a company that specialized in renting magic sedans, they had left their horse carriages in the town and rented 3 magic sedans, as well as hired drivers to come here. It had to be said, this decision not only made their trip much more comfortable, it also saved them quite a bit of time. That border town was over 100 kilometers away from Filio City, so if they took a horse carriage, it would take at least half a day to get there. But after changing to the magic sedans, it only took 2 hours. The Marquis of Southgard looked around the giant building that took over 10,000 square meters before giving a nod. Let's go in and take a look. The group came to the door, and when the transparent glass door opened, there was a young and beautiful girl who came forward. Everyone's eyes fell onto this young miss, and they were stunned. This is a beast man? Seymour looked at the 2 furry rabbit ears sticking out of the young miss' head in surprise. He couldn't help reaching out to touch them to see if they were real, but the Marquis of Southgard slapped his hand down. Pay attention to your actions, Seymour. The Marquis of Southgard reprimanded him before revealing an apologetic smile to the young miss. I'm very sorry. This beautiful beastman young miss, I've frightened you. The beastman young miss had indeed been a bit frightened by Seymour's actions, but now that she saw this noble-looking middle-aged man, who wasn't a normal person apologizing to her in a sincere tone, she immediately forgot about this matter. She quickly waved her hand and said, it's fine. Guests, may I ask if there's anything I can help you with? Chapter 764. Before the Marquis of Southgard could reply, Seymour looked around and found several magic sedans in the corner of the hall. He immediately gave a cheer and charged over. The Marquis of Southgard helplessly shook his head and had his 2 followers follow him. He said to the Beastman girl with a faint smile, This beautiful miss, I want to ask a question about your new flyer's magic cars. Can you answer that for me? Of course, this way please. The Beastman girl led the Marquis of Southgard and his 3 followers to the resting area in the center of the hall. Then she poured a cup of tea for them before sitting down in front of the Marquis of Southgard. She had a sweet smile on her face as she asked, This guest, what kind of question do you need to ask? The Marquis of Southgard revealed a faint smile. He looked at the Beastman girl and slowly asked, Compared to the magic car question, I'm more curious about another question. This miss, may I know your name? Ah, you could just call me Lena. Young Miss Lena, based on your appearance, you should be a member of the rabbit clan of the Beastmen race. I'm very curious. Why are you working for a human company like New Flyer? The smile on Lena's face didn't change at all, like she already knew this question. She asked back, This guest, you're not someone from the Drake Duchy, right? In fact, you're not even from any of these countries. Oh, how can you tell? Because as long as you're from the surrounding countries, everyone knows that our New Flyer has Beastmen employees, so it's not strange at all. It's like this. The Marquis of Southgard laughed. You're right. I'm not from any of the surrounding countries. I'm from the distant Malar Empire. Malar Empire? Lena's eyes popped out in surprise. She looked over the Marquis of Southgard for a while before calming down. Then for you to come all the way from the Malar Empire, could it be that you're here to buy a magic sedan? The Marquis of Southgard noticed that Lena's eyes were looking at Seymour, who was looking at the magic sedan in the distance. So he shook his head with a smile. No, I'm not here to buy a magic sedan. Actually, I'm very interested in many of your new Flyers products. If it's possible, can you give me a comprehensive introduction of all the products of your company? All of them? Lena felt a little strange. Lena of Southgard was a bit surprised. Are you interested in them all? Yes. Marquis Southgate nodded with a smile. And if it's possible, I might buy some of each product and bring it back. Lena was a little confused. If it was someone else, she would definitely think that they were joking. The new Flyer was currently producing over 100 products, and even if one bought one of each product, it would cost at least several tens of thousands of gold coins. This didn't include the large transport magic cars or the magic boats that were ridiculously expensive. But this middle-aged man, with a warm smile in front of her, made Lena feel that he definitely wasn't joking. Lena even dared to confirm that he really was planning on buying a bit of each product. What? Is there a problem? Seeing that Lena didn't speak for a while, the Marquis of Southgard asked with a smile. No problem, no problem. But this customer, which product line do you want to start with? Our company is currently divided into 5 product lines, which are household magic machines, construction magic machines, agricultural magic machines, production magic machines, and common raw materials. Which one do you care about the most? Agricultural magic machines? Hearing this, the Marquis of Southgard's expression changed. Let's introduce this part first. All right, agricultural magic machines. It mainly refers to the magic machines that our company produces for farming and reclamation. Other than this, it also includes agricultural fertilizers, herbicides, and other raw materials. Because they are also considered farming, they are also included. Let's start with the agricultural magic machines. First is the Magic Harvester. This magic machine can help farmers harvest faster. The Marquis of Southgard listened to Lena's explanation with a focused look, not missing a single word. From time to time, he would slightly knit his brows in thought and ask a few questions. After half an hour, Lena finally finished introducing the basic parts of the agricultural magic machines. The Marquis of Southgard was silent for a bit after hearing this before asking. This means that as long as you use the agricultural magic machines of your company, you can greatly increase your harvest? Yes. Lena gave a strong nod before replying with a proud look. Our company's agricultural magic machines have already been promoted in the surrounding countries, helping the surrounding countries greatly increase their harvest. Right now, there isn't a single country that can live without our company's agricultural magic machines. The Marquis of Southgard slowly nodded. If Lena's introduction to the agricultural magic machines was true, he believed that they could indeed achieve this effect. All right, there's no need to introduce the household magic machines for now. Tell me what the construction magic machines are. Construction magic machines have a rather narrow range of applications. They are mainly used in various projects, like the magic concrete mixer, the magic oscillator, the magic drill, and etc. Other than that, our company has developed a series of mining magic machines for mining, which can greatly increase the efficiency of mining. As for the construction magic machines, even if Lena was from a new Flyer, she didn't know that much. The Marquis of Southgard also didn't care about this, so naturally he didn't know that much. So Lena only gave a general idea, and he also heard the general idea. When he was halfway through, Seymour suddenly ran over and cut off their conversation. Oh, Uncle Dale, and I've decided I want to buy 2 magic sedans to bring back. One is black, and the other is white. Seeing the excited Seymour, the Marquis of Southgard casually waved his hand. All right, buy it if you like it. But it'll be a bit troublesome to bring it back to the Malor Empire, since none of us know how to drive. That's right. Seymour was discouraged, but then he waved his fist again. It doesn't matter. You can learn if you don't know. I saw it on the way. It isn't hard to drive this magic sedan at all. I think I can learn it in just a day or 2. Lena on the side stood up in surprise. This customer, you mustn't drive without a license. It's very dangerous. Recently, there have been more and more accidents caused by magic sedans, so whether it is our company or the surrounding countries, they're all paying attention to this and have begun strictly managing it. Seymour rolled his eyes, That's a matter between your company and the surrounding countries. How is it related to me? I'll bring it back to the Malar Empire. Could it be that you'll care? Lena's expression froze. She gritted her teeth and gathered her courage to say, but if you insist on driving without a license, according to the company's rules, we won't sell the magic sedans to you. Huh? Seymour looked at Lena in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? I want to buy your things because I think highly of you, but you actually dare not sell it to me? Do you believe that I won't smash this place? The Marquis of Southgard had been immersed in the introduction of the various magic machines to Lena, so he didn't care about the conversation between Seymour and Lena. When he suddenly heard Seymour's angry roar, he came back to his senses. He knit his brows, and when he wanted to say something, there was a cold laugh that came from the door. Who is this bold, actually daring to smash the New Flyers store? It's your master, how? Seymour turned with a face filled with rage. As soon as he said this, his voice suddenly stopped like someone had grabbed his neck. The Marquis of Southgard also turned in surprise and saw a group of people coming in, with a young human girl leading them. Although this human girl had a cold look on her face, she was still incomparably beautiful. She was like a blooming rose, shining in all directions and making it hard for people to look straight at her. The anger on her face didn't affect her beauty at all. It was just like reminding people that this beautiful rose had thorns, so people couldn't easily offend her. This kind of cold and beautiful aura combined with her incomparably exquisite and almost perfect face, each move she made was filled with a shocking charm. It was no wonder Seymour was stunned for a while. The beautiful young girl was wearing leather shoes as she quickly walked across the hall, bringing her in front of Seymour after a while. She coldly looked at Seymour and gave a snort. She then looked at the Marquis of Southgard and said in a cold voice, "This mister, you should be a noble, so how could you bring out such a rude and uneducated junior?" Although Seymour was stunned by her beauty, he was furious when he heard her scolding him for being rude and uneducated. He pointed at her and was about to scold her. However, the Marquis of Southgard narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Seymour instantly swallowed all the words that were in his throat and obediently retreated to the side. He only stared at the young girl with a fierce and greedy gaze. He was indeed rude just now. I apologized to Miss Lena on his behalf. The Marquis of Southgard maintained his calm tone and spoke slowly. But this beautiful lady, I don't have any objections if you accuse him of being rude, but please forgive me for not being able to accept that he is uneducated. The young girl frowned slightly. What? You're an elder in his family? With his behavior, am I wrong to say that he is uneducated? Seymour glared and wanted to retort, but he was stopped by the Marquis of Southgard's glare. His parents and I are close friends. I have already apologized on his behalf, so please take back what you said. The Marquis of Southgard looked at the young girl sincerely. The young girl didn't seem to expect the Marquis of Southgard to have such an attitude. She looked at the Marquis of Southgard and then at Seymour. She pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can take back what I said, but he must apologize to Lena. Lena was shocked and quickly waved her hand. No, I'm fine. You don't have to apologize to me. Your Highness, I'm fine. You don't have to do this for me. Your Highness? The Marquis of Southgard's expression changed when he heard Linda address the young girl. He gave Seymour a look and said in a deep voice, Seymour, apologize to Miss Lena for your rudeness. This is also for your parents' reputation. You can't refuse. Seymour looked at the Marquis of Southgard and then at Lena. His face turned red. After a while, he angrily said, I will never apologize to a lowly orc. After saying that, he strode out of the door. The Marquis of Southgard and the young girl didn't say anything, so their attendants naturally didn't stop him. Seeing him disappear, the Marquis of Southgard signaled his two attendants to follow him. He then turned to the young girl. After a moment of silence, he said, If I'm not wrong, you should be Duke Derek's daughter, Princess Caroline, right? Chapter 765. Princess Caroline wants to come. Steele looked at the pink private letter in Su Yi's hand and looked up at Su Yi with a ghost of a smile on her face. Did she specially come to see you? He rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. How could she have free time? She came this time for something and said that she would bring me two very special guests. Very special guests? Steele slightly knit her brows. What kind of guests need her to personally bring them here? It wasn't mentioned in the letter, so I don't know why she's keeping me in suspense. He shook the letter in his hand and was a bit confused. Although Princess Caroline often sent him private letters, most of them were asking about the cooperation between the Drake Duchy and the New Flyer. This was the first time she said that she would come to the Principality of Constantine to see him. If it was said that Princess Caroline wanted to seduce him before, then ever since he married Steele and had a child, as well as the cooperation between the Drake Duchy and the New Flyer stabilizing, she had become much more restrained. She would only tease verbally. She suddenly came this time and said that she would bring him two special guests, which really surprised I think it's just an excuse to come see you, Steele said with a soft smile. You really know how to think. He looked at Steele and threw the letter to the side. His eyes fell on his Steele's stomach, and he said in a concerned voice, I think that you're pregnant, which is why you're thinking this way. Listen to me, Steele, you should rest during this time and not participate in work too much. That won't do. Steele shook her head. Right now is an important time for our New Moon Chamber of Commerce to promote the illusion film, so I have to personally participate in directing it. Creating a new entertainment model through the illusion film and a magic illusion projector. Isn't this what you always wanted? But I never thought that you would be pregnant. So what? While I was pregnant with Freya, I was still working. It didn't affect me much. Seeing Steele's resolute attitude, he thought about it and stopped trying to persuade her. He only reminded Steele to take care of her body and not be too tired. Steele naturally agreed. She said that since it was her second pregnancy, she had enough experience to deal with it. Speaking of Freya, I think she asked Liz and Linda to take her to the signal tower to play. Aren't you going to inspect the signal tower later? Bring her back tonight, Steele said. He nodded and chatted with Steele about the illusion film for a while before leaving the manor. As soon as they walked out of the manor and looked into the distance, they could see that there were already 7 towering iron towers in the distance. These were the new signal towers that New Flyer had recently built. They were specifically used to transmit magic waves. Because Akali's research team had made a breakthrough in the magic resonance technology, the transmission range of the signal towers had increased from 5,000 meters to 7,000 meters. Therefore, the 7 signal towers were all about 6,000 meters away from each other. They were arranged so that the magic waves could be transmitted to any place in the New Flight Commerce main base through the 7 signal towers. It was a perfect coverage. He took out the magic communicator from his pocket and pressed a button. Immediately, Akali's tired but excited voice came from the communicator. Hey, Mr. President, do you have any instructions? He laughed and said, No instructions. I just want to see how your work is going. Where are you now? By the way, have you seen Freya? Before Akali replied, a child's voice came from the other side of the magic communicator. Dad, I'm with Auntie Akali and the others. Come quickly. Auntie Akali won't let me play on the top of the tower. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Freya, listen to Auntie Akali and don't interfere with their work. I'm coming. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Freya is a good girl. Don't worry. Mr. President, please come over. We're doing maintenance work in the number 4 signal tower. Okay. He raised his head and observed carefully. After confirming the location of the number 4 signal tower, he activated the magic power in his body. However, instead of teleporting to the number 4 signal tower directly, he flew up and slowly flew to the number 4 signal tower. Looking down from the sky, it was easy to see the current layout of the New Flight Commerce main base. Compared to when New Flyer first came here, this place had changed from a barren land to a completely different model. Currently, there were all kinds of buildings on this huge piece of land that was more than 10 square kilometers in size. Among them, the New Flyer's industrial area and the residential area were clearly separated. All kinds of factories in the industrial area occupied more than half of the land in the north, and the residential area occupied the rest of the land in the south. Looking at the newly built residential area in the south that was close to the abundant river, Su Yi confirmed his previous thoughts. As New Flyer continued to develop, this main base had to face further expansion. When he obtained this piece of land from Count Wine, Su Yi originally thought that it could support New Flyer's development for at least 10 years. However, only 4 years had passed, and this piece of land had been completely used. It could not meet the growing demand of New Flyer. In order to develop, it was imperative to expand the scope of this territory. However, when Su Yi proposed to the Congress of the Principality of Constantine that he needed to expand his territory, he was unexpectedly opposed by many members of Congress. As a result, this proposal was not passed in the Congress. Although the Speaker of the Congress, Anclo, privately told Su Yi that he could definitely propose to the Congress to lease new land, and it would definitely be passed, this meeting still made Su Yi a little wary. Originally, he thought that with New Flyer's current strong influence in the Principality of Constantine, there would be no problem with him proposing any request. However, he didn't expect that this crucial request for expansion of New Flyer's territory would actually be opposed. The side that opposed this gave a very good reason, claiming that the Stantine Duchy had never granted land to nobles before. Su Yi suddenly raising this request went against the hundreds of years of tradition of the duchy. Su Yi originally scoffed at this reason because before this, the nobles of the Principality of Constantine didn't have a fixed amount of territory under their name. It was completely based on personal strength. If you want to seize it, you could seize it and it would be yours. Now that he needed new territory, it was laughable to say that the Principality of Constantine didn't have this tradition. But after the Congress explained it, he found out that the competition between the nobles of the Principality of Constantine wasn't truly recognized in name. The so-called official recognition of Duke Stantine was only a private action of Duke Stantine. Strictly speaking, it wasn't an official recognition of the Principality of Constantine. From this point, the members who opposed Su Yi's proposal weren't wrong. But this kind of problem in name shouldn't have been a problem for Su Yi. With the New Flyer's powerful influence in the Principality of Constantine, even if there was a problem in name, they should be able to think of countless ways to solve it. But there were so many members who expressed their opposition in this Congress meeting. This made Su Yi a bit angry, but it also made him vigilant. Behind every member of the Congress stood a noble lord of the Principality of Constantine. The opposition of these members meant that the nobles were against Su Yi. However, this was what Su Yi didn't understand the most. Why did the nobles of the duchy oppose Su Yi's proposal? Who gave them the courage to oppose Su Yi's proposal? It had to be known that according to the Congress, the Principality of Constantine collected a total of 4,700,000 gold coins last year, of which 3 million came from the New Flyer. Just from this point, it could be seen that the New Flyer had a powerful influence on the Principality of Constantine. And if one considered the influence in reality, it was even more shocking. The New Flyer had opened 93 different factories in the Principality of Constantine, with over 200,000 employees. Of these employees, over 70,000 were recruited from the Principality of Constantine. In addition, the New Flyer cooperated with all the nobles of the duchy to establish various factories. Most of them were canned fruit factories and rubber processing factories, with over 100,000 workers employed in these factories. Therefore, the number of citizens of the Principality of Constantine who benefited directly from the New Flyer had already exceeded 180,000. In addition, because the New Flyer had spurred the magic industry in the Principality of Constantine, it had spurred the development of other industries. The number of citizens of the Principality of Constantine who benefited indirectly from the New Flyer had exceeded hundreds of thousands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there wasn't a single person in the Principality of Constantine who hadn't been affected by the New Flyer. And these effects were all positive. With the appearance of the New Flyer, almost all the citizens of the Principality of Constantine had official jobs. Their income was far greater than before, and their lives had been greatly improved. Moreover, the New Flyer had also paved roads and built street lamps everywhere in the Principality of Constantine, investing in infrastructure such as automatic water supply systems, and so on. It had transformed the Principality of Constantine from a small duchy with poor transportation and a poor standard of living to a most advanced country in the surrounding countries. It had a very strong influence in the nearby countries. Therefore, it could be said that the Principality of Constantine was now the country of the new Flyer's Chamber of Commerce. Without the new Flyer, the Principality of Constantine was nothing. Therefore, Sui couldn't understand why these nobles were opposing him. Could it be that these fellows were courting death? Chapter 766. Su Yi's anger towards the ignorant nobles in the Principality of Constantine immediately dissipated as soon as he landed. Freya immediately threw herself at Su Yi the moment she saw him. Su Yi hugged Freya and heard her giggling. His heart was filled with happiness, and he didn't care about what those nobles were thinking. "Daddy, let's go up the tower to play, okay?" Freya pointed at the top of the signal tower and asked expectantly. Okay, but we have to wait for Annie Akali and the others to finish their work before we go up." "Oh, okay then. I'll wait for a while." Freya responded obediently. Su-Yi kissed her on the cheek in appreciation. He looked around and saw Linda looking at them with a smile. He asked her, "Are you being held back by Freya today? Where's Liz? And where are the two little ones?" The two little ones Su-Yi mentioned were the two sons that Liz and Linda had given birth to for him. Liz's son was named Sandy, and Linda's son was named Harvey. They were both relatively common names. Just like Freya, Su-Yi followed the same principle when it came to naming them. He would let their mother name them in the style of the Signs continent. He would follow the style on Earth and wait until they were 10 years old before giving them another name based on a surname. Currently, the three of their names were just nicknames for the sake of convenience. When Su-Yi asked Liz and Linda to give their sons nicknames, the two of them were very touched because it showed Su-Yi's full respect for them. Although Liz and Linda had long gotten rid of their identity as slaves, they still couldn't get rid of the shackles that this identity brought to them. In their hearts, they always felt that they couldn't be compared to steel. According to the tradition of the Signs, their sons could only be regarded as the bastard son of Su-Yi. They were completely different from Freya. So when Su-Yi gave him the right to name their children and said that he would give Sandy and Harvey a name with his surname when they turned 10 years old, they were very happy. Now that she heard Su-Yi ask about the two little fellows, Linda's face was filled with smiles as she replied, "The two little fellows are still sleeping. Linda is looking after them." Freya wanted to come out and play, but Mrs. Steele was too busy to leave, so I brought her out. When Freya heard this, she immediately pouted. "That's right, Daddy. Why do you think Mommy is always so busy? Every time I want her to play with me, she doesn't have time. Doesn't she like me?" Hearing this, Su-Yi was shocked. He looked at Freya's little face full of dissatisfaction and changed his mind. He smiled and hugged her again. "How come Mom not like you? She is your mother. She has been very busy recently, so she doesn't have time to play with you. You can't blame her. You are her daughter, so you should learn to understand her and support her, understand?" Freya nodded, but she still couldn't help but complain, "But they all say that you are the busiest, Dad. Why do you have time to play with me, but Mom doesn't?" Su-Yi laughed and pointed at Akali and the others who were busy. "That's because Dad has a lot of powerful subordinates. They can help Dad finish his work, so Dad can be lazy and play with you." "Oh, I see. Then why doesn't Mom find some powerful subordinates to help her with her work?" Freya asked again. "There's no other way. That's because there aren't many people in the world who can do what Mom is doing. She can't find so many people to help her like Dad. Wah, so Mom is that powerful. She can do things that not many people in the world can do," Freya exclaimed. Su-Yi couldn't help laughing as he softly tapped Freya's nose. "Could it be that you think Mom isn't powerful? Let me tell you, Mom is much more powerful than Dad. Haven't you noticed that Dad is always listening to Mom at home?" Pucci, hearing Su-Yi's words, Akali and the others who were eavesdropping on them couldn't help laughing. "Hey, Freya, is what Sir Chairman said true?" Akali asked Freya with a smile. "He always listens to your mom at home." Freya tilted her little head and thought for a while with a serious look on her face before forcefully nodding. It's true. Dad always agrees with whatever Mom says and has never opposed it. Huh? The group of people instantly broke out in laughter. Akali was laughing so hard that she couldn't even stand straight. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Freya. He was afraid that after today, the rumor that New Flyers chairman is a henpecked husband would spread to everyone's ears. Freya was confused as she looked at the people around her who were rocking back and forth with laughter before asking Sue, "Dad, did I say something wrong? Why is she laughing so hard?" He helplessly pinched her smiling face as he softly sighed and said, "No, you're not wrong. I'm the one who listens to Mom at home." After saying this, he put down Freya again and said to her, "All right, you go play with Aunt Linda first. I'll discuss some work with Aunt Akali, and I'll bring you to the tower to play after I'm done." "All right," Freya replied in a crisp voice as she skipped over to Linda's side. He turned to look at Akali, who was still smiling, and asked with a stern face, "How's the maintenance of a signal tower? Are there any problems?" The more stern Suyi's face was, the more Akali wanted to laugh. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing that Akali's laughter was getting louder and louder, He helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, stop laughing. You and Steel are old friends. It's not like you don't know how Steel and I get along. What's so funny?" After a while, Akali slowly straightened her body and stopped laughing. But when she looked at again, there were many complicated emotions hidden in her eyes. "Mr. Chairman, you should know that I've always envied Steel." He slightly turned his head to avoid Akali's burning gaze. He coughed and said, "Tell me about the maintenance." Akali let out a sigh and then took a deep breath. Her face once again had a bright smile as she replied in a very straightforward tone, "Mr. Chairman, regarding the maintenance, it's generally good, but there are some small problems. For example, the signal tower will be affected differently in different terrains. Take tower number 3, for example. According to the survey, there are large amounts of magic crystals hidden underneath, so it will affect the magic waves to a certain extent." He patiently listened to Akali's report, and from time to time he would give some suggestions that he had thought of. Actually, although the magic machine industry was brought up by him, after so many years of development, there were many problems in the field that even he didn't understand very well. For example, Akali's research on magic resonance technology was mainly focused on. At most, he could provide some suggestions on magic arrays, but he didn't do much research on the specific construction and various in-depth theoretical knowledge. Compared to when a new flyer was first established, where he had to lead almost all the research, the current him was more of a leader participating in the research, setting the general direction for the research instead of investing in the research himself. Currently, other than having more theoretical knowledge than many people in the field of magic machines, he wasn't that much better than many researchers in the Chamber of Commerce in other fields related to magic machines. But this happened to be the situation that He was most happy to see. The entire magic machine industry was a very large and profound system. Of course, it was impossible for him to truly lead the development of this industry by himself. Now, more and more people could grasp more and more in-depth knowledge of magic machines. This was something that he had always hoped for, and also the inevitable result of the normal development of this industry. The only thing that he wasn't too satisfied with was that apart from a new flyer, the other chambers of commerce were still far from investing enough in this area. Only a small number of magic machine chambers of commerce had some special technology, while most of them were purely relying on the technology that they obtained from the new flyer to make money. Back to the signal towers. According to Suyi's plan, the installation of these signal towers was obviously to allow the magical waves to be transmitted to any part of the continent, just like the radio signals on Earth. Other functions aside, at the very least, the functions of the magic communicator will be close to that of mobile phones on Earth. Moreover, the Magic Research Institute had made a new breakthrough in the research and development of the magic communicator. By fine-tuning the magic array in the magic communicator, they could adjust the frequency of the mana waves released by the magic communicator, thereby allowing them to connect with different magic communicators. This was already close to the principle of mobile phones on Earth. As long as they continued researching this, Sue felt that it was very possible for them to have the same functions as mobile phones on Earth. Moreover, compared to the radio signal towers on Earth, the magic signal towers were countless times stronger. The magic signal towers sent out magical waves, and they could use these magical waves to affect other related magic arrays in the range. So in theory, as long as it was in the range of the magic signal towers, any magic array could be affected by the magic signal towers. The magic arrays that weren't connected to the magic signal towers could be ignored, but if the magic array had been specially set beforehand, the magical waves released by the magic signal towers could be used to control the magic array. To give a simple example, if there was a Shinfei brand magic air conditioner in this range that had been set beforehand, in theory, they could use a corresponding magic array control panel to send out magical waves. Then, through the magic signal towers, they would be able to control the magic air conditioner. If it was even more exaggerated, as long as this research was deep enough, they could even control all the magic machines in the range of the magic signal towers. This was the real magic network that Sue had always dreamed of. Chapter 767. Sue-Yi's ideals were very rich, but reality was a stark contrast to him. As for the magic signal towers, according to the plan, the first step was to set them up on Sue-Yi's territory. It was a kind of promotion while also using Sue-Yi's territory as an experimental base, making it convenient to test and further research. When this step reached a certain level, the next step was to spread the magic signal towers across the entire Principality of Constantine, bringing the entire duchy into the magic network that Sue-Yi had thought of. However, they didn't meet any obstacles in the first step, but they met a very large obstacle in the second step. New Flyer first negotiated with another lord of the Principality of Constantine, who was close to Sue-Yi's territory. They planned on setting up magic signal towers on his territory, expanding the magic network that New Flyer had built. But when they discussed this with the lord, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's idea had been rejected by the lord. This made Sue-Yi very surprised. Because this lord's territory was very close to New Flyer, he already had a deep relationship with New Flyer and had obtained large benefits from this cooperation. Before this, he didn't have any objections to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's requests and would definitely comply. But in this negotiation, he showed a very strong attitude and didn't leave any room for discussion. He said that no matter what, he wouldn't agree to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce building a magic signal tower on his territory. His strong reaction made the people of the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce feel very strange. Sue-Yi even personally went to see this lord and explained to him the use of the magic signal towers and how the magic network would greatly increase the standard of living of the people. But he still didn't make him change his mind at all. In the end, because of his strange persistence, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to give up on his territory as their first expansion target. They turned to another noble lord that shared a border with Sue-Yi's territory. However, the other lord had the same determined attitude as the previous lord, saying that he wouldn't agree to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce building a magic signal tower on his territory no matter what. If it was just one lord showing this kind of attitude, it could be considered personal considerations. But now that there were two lords showing this kind of strange attitude, it couldn't help but attract Sue-Yi's attention. When he had his subordinate contact the other lord and received a gentle but firm rejection, Sue-Yi finally understood that the problem he was facing wasn't a simple case. Facts proved Sue-Yi's guess. After that, Akali's research team worked with the New Flyer's public relations staff to contact several spirit race nobles in the Principality of Constantine, but they all rejected them without a single exception. This strange situation, naturally everyone who knew about this felt it was strange. Why would these lords in the Principality of Constantine risk offending the New Flyer to strongly reject this idea that wouldn't hurt them at all? Rather, it would greatly improve the lives of the people in their territory. He was very curious about this. But the reasons these lords gave for rejecting him were all strange. He could tell with a single glance that it was just an excuse, but there wasn't a single truth. The matter of setting up the magic signal towers was to be set up in the private territories of the nobles. So if they wanted to set it up properly, they had to obtain the cooperation of the nobles. Now that they were all showing signs of not cooperating at all, Sui couldn't do anything for now. But compared to the strange rejection of building a magic signal tower, Sui cared more about the real reason behind these lords' rejection. Thinking of the proposal he made to the Congress before, requesting a new piece of territory, but being rejected by half of the Congress, Sui suddenly found that he, or the new flyer, didn't have as much influence in the Principality of Constantine as he thought before. As for his control over the Principality of Constantine, it was clearly shown through these two matters. It was that he didn't have much control at all. This made Sui feel a bit disappointed. He thought that with the appearance of the new flyer, it would greatly improve the lives of all the citizens in the Principality of Constantine, allowing everyone to benefit. Then everyone in the Principality of Constantine would approve of the new flyer and would support all the actions of the new flyer. But the heartless facts told him that he had thought too much. Kid, aren't you 35 years old this year? How can you still be as naive as a child? Mentor Carmilla knit her brows as she looked at Sui, shaking her head. You can make others feel grateful just based on your kindness, but you have to understand something. Gratitude is gratitude. Obedience is obedience. These are two different things. Perhaps others will agree to some things you do out of gratitude, but when it comes to their personal benefits, they will choose to protect their personal benefits first. How could they blindly obey you? But my request for more territory will affect the personal benefits of others, so it's fine if they object. But what does it matter if I help them build a magic signal tower? Why are they so resolutely against it? Sui said in a confused voice. Kid, you're not willing to study magic when you have nothing to do, but now you know that there's a problem? Mentor Carmilla gave a soft snort. Sui scratched his head in a confused manner. How is this related to me studying magic? Could it be that if I study magic more, they'll agree to me building magic signal towers for them? No, they won't. Mentor Carmilla shook her head. But if you study magic more, you'll know an illusion in the circle of magicians, and you won't find it strange that they're against building magic signal towers. Sui was surprised. What illusion? We'll have to talk about 2,000 years ago. Mentor Carmilla cleared her throat and said in a slow voice, around 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, the humans had just taken control of the continent from the elves. Because the humans mainly relied on the magic they learned from the elves to defeat the elves. So not only were there many magicians, they were also very strong. At that time, the most powerful mages were the unrelenting leaders of the human race. In order to inform themselves, these powerful mages would set up magic towers within the area under their control. Through Mentor Carmilla's explanation, Sui finally understood. As it turned out, more than 2,000 years ago, those powerful mages could easily control all the humans within the range of the magic tower's influence through the powerful magical waves emitted by the magic tower. Even the other races were not spared. Because these magicians weren't kind people, the human society of that time was completely controlled by these powerful magicians using their magic towers, becoming their private property. Their lives weren't much better than when the elves ruled the continent. It was even worse. Although with the development of human society, this model of powerful magicians ruling human society was broken, turning into the current human kingdoms, the shadow of the magic towers had always been left in people's memories. Now that new flyer wanted to build a magic signal tower, although it was completely different from a magic tower in terms of function. Because of the shadow left behind, it wasn't strange for everyone to reject it. Sui could understand the scruples of the other lords, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is there a mistake? A magic signal tower is completely different from a magic tower, all right? Aren't they being too cautious? In a situation where there is a possibility of threatening their rule, any caution is justified. Mentor Carmilla softly said a famous quote from the signs. Sui helplessly shook his head. Then what do we do? Could it be that I have to force those lords to build a magic signal tower? If I really do this, I might as well send out the company's guards to exterminate them. This is also a good method. Mr. Carmilla gave a shrug before looking at the surprised Sue and giving a certain nod. Don't doubt it. I'm serious. Sue slightly knit his brows. Grandfather, are you encouraging me? No, I'm seriously advising you. Mr. Carmilla said in a deep voice. I wanted to discuss this with you for a long time. I agree with your idea of using magic machines to improve the lives of normal people, but I've always felt that there was a problem with your method. What problem? Sue asked back in a confused voice. You're too indecisive. You clearly have the ability to control the Stantine Duchy in your hands, but you insist on creating this mess of a parliament management system. I'm not saying that this method isn't good, but haven't you noticed that this method has caused many problems for your ideas and methods in the Principality of Constantine? Sue was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. I've noticed. But this is also my attempt. I don't want to, and I'm not suited to be a king. No, I'm not letting you be a king. You're not suited for this. I just want to remind you, Sue, the responsibility you have right now is much more important than you think. You have to change this way of thinking and become a bit tougher. Indecisiveness and procrastination will only make many things more difficult, and even make you further and further away from your ideals. At this point, Minter Carmilla patted Sue Yi's shoulder with a solemn expression. Sue Yi, I agree with your ideals, and I hope you can truly realize them. But for this, you have to understand this reason. Sue Yi was silent. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the ground, not saying anything for a long time. Minter Carmilla didn't urge him, but just looked at him quietly. After a while, Sue Yi took a deep breath. When he raised his head again, the half-dead confusion and doubt in his eyes were gone, replaced by determination and brightness. Yes, grandfather, I understand. I know what I should do. Minter Carmilla smiled and nodded. He understood Sue Yi and thought that Sue Yi was the smartest person he had ever met in his life. Since he could understand and make up his mind, then there were many things that he didn't need to say anymore. All right, Sue Yi, no matter what you decide to do, remember, I, Minter Carmilla, will do my best to help you. Thank you. Chapter 768. At the beginning of June, the newspapers of the Principality of Constantine, the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and all the surrounding countries suddenly started to publicize the new flyer on a large scale. These reports were not only about the various magic machines produced by Xinfei's Union, but also about Xinfei's merchants themselves. There were all kinds of reports. Some were news, some were introductions about the new flyer, and some were simply anecdotes related to the new flyer. Most ordinary people only knew about these things, but very few people knew about them in detail. For example, some things that happened when the new flyer was first established, such as how Vice President Hines and Sue met, and how they decided to establish the new flyer. Apart from the people involved, almost no one knew about these details. But this time, there were many reports about these details in many newspapers. Ordinary people always welcomed these kinds of reports that were similar to gossip. Moreover, these reports were related to the new flyer, the most eye-catching chamber of commerce in the surrounding countries. So in the newspapers of the various countries, as long as they reported on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, their sales would soar. There were even many newspapers that didn't care about the facts and began fabricating some so-called details, adding oil and vinegar to their reports. But no matter what the content was, in general, no newspaper reported negatively about the new flyer. Of course, from the establishment of a new flyer to its development until now, the things that it had done in the past 7 years were obvious to all. There wasn't much negative news about it at all. On the contrary, because of the appearance of the new flyer, countless people's lives greatly improved. They went from not having enough to eat to not having to worry about food and clothing, and at the same time, they could enjoy the convenience of life brought by countless magic machines. With these facts as the basis, these positive reports naturally became easier to accept. Therefore, after seeing these reports, no matter how much they knew about the new flyer, or even if they didn't know anything about the new flyer, they would more or less have a sense of identity with the new flyer in their hearts. Apart from these gossip-like reports, there were also some reports that focused on the technical aspects. In these reports that involved technical aspects, the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce and the magic machine industry that had developed and expanded were examined from all aspects. In these reports, the magic machine industry was officially a fixed term, and the various types of magic machines were classified in detail. These classifications were even more detailed than the 5 categories in the new flyer. For example, the household magic machines were classified as kitchen magic machines, bathroom magic machines, and so on. While these magic machines were classified, these newspapers also published some technical information. They used all kinds of precise data and some basic magic machine theory to analyze these magic machines. If all the technical articles in these newspapers were counted, one could even find that while they determined that the magic machine industry was a complete system, they also determined the most basic and simple magic machine industry theory system. Just as some people were thirsting for these technical articles, and some people who weren't interested were appreciating them with interest, the new flyer suddenly announced in a special press conference that the new flyer would be investing in a newspaper and magazine. The main business would be to publish technical publications on magic machines. These technical publications initially included a Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly and a Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly. The Shinfei Magic Machine Industry Weekly was a weekly newspaper. According to the plan, it would publish some reports about what happened in the magic machine industry. Not only would it involve the new flyer, but it would also involve any other reports related to the magic machine industry. As for the Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly, it was a monthly magazine that mainly published professional magic machine industry knowledge. According to the news announced by the new flyer at the press conference, the articles published in the Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly would mainly be written by the researchers of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce and the Magic Machine Development Center. At the same time, they welcomed anyone who had some understanding of the magic machine industry to submit articles. The new flyer was planning to turn this Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly into the most professional magic machine industry theory journal. Not only would it introduce some magic machine industry theory, it would also popularize the magic machine industry theory system. When this news was announced at the press conference, it immediately created a large stir. If what the new flyer said was true, it meant that the Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly would be very important to the other magic machine companies, as well as the most important magic machine theory knowledge. For most of the other magic machine companies, they only bought some magic machine technology from the new flyer, and then followed the new flyer's technology to produce the magic machines. In reality, they were very weak in terms of technology. This was the most important reason why it was hard for them to catch up to the new flyer. Now that the new flyer was willing to publish their magic machine theory knowledge, they could use this knowledge to improve their technology. In the future, they really could catch up to the new flyer. While they were happy, everyone was also confused by the actions of a new flyer. If it was said that the new flyer easily gave away their unique technology before, making everyone think that Su-E was a prodigal. Now that he had created the Magic Machine Industry Theoretical Monthly and casually gave away the most important magic machine theory knowledge, he couldn't be described as a prodigal. To many people, the new flyer doing this was Su-E being a fool. But to Maffa Count of the Principality of Constantine, perhaps Su-E was a fool. But no matter how foolish Su-E was, he could only feel a chill in his heart. As a lord of the territory closest to Su-Yi's territory, when the new flyer wanted to promote the magic signal towers, the first person they looked for was Maffa Count. At that time, Count Marfa had resolutely rejected him. The main reason why he refused was because he had been reminded by someone ahead of time to pay attention to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic signal towers. It was just like the magic towers those powerful magicians had built 2,000 years ago. If he agreed to the new flyer's proposal, his territory would fall under the new flyer's control, and even he as the Lord would have to obey the new flyer. Thinking of this terrifying consequence, even if Moffat Count knew that he would offend the new flyer, he still firmly rejected them. At first he was worried that the new flyer would make a move against him because of this matter, but then he heard that the new flyer went to other lords and was rejected one by one. This made him feel assured. The new flyer had been in the Principality of Constantine for 5 years, and as one of Su Yi's neighbors, he understood Su Yi and the new flyer very well. Su Yi was good in his eyes. The only thing that he didn't know, if it was a weakness or a strength, was that he was the chairman of a large company and also a noble. He was just too kind and benevolent. He seemed to be like a saint in the legends. No matter how others treated him, he would always contribute a lot of things to others that were beneficial to them. This made it so that he rarely attacked others. Even Wine Count from before, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to attack the new flyer several times, Su Yi wouldn't have killed him. So Moffat Count and the other lords of the Principality of Constantine always felt that Su Yi was easy to deal with. It could even be said that he was easy to bully. Anyway, this fellow wouldn't really do anything to them. So what were they afraid of? Then again, if the new flyer really caused trouble for them because of this matter, they could just tell them about the magic tower. They believed that with Su Yi's personality, he wouldn't force them and would only choose to give up. Yes, Su Yi was a soft egg in the eyes of many lords. But this time, Moffat Count found that he was completely wrong. The new flyer had discussed the matter of the magic signal tower with several dozen lords. But after being rejected, it was like this matter hadn't happened at all, including Moffat Count. All the lords thought that the new flyer would be the same as before. They would forget about this matter, and everyone would be calm and peaceful. But after being silent for half a month, the new flyer suddenly asked Moffat Count to cooperate with the new flyer to build a magic signal tower in his territory. Moffat Count naturally rejected them without any hesitation. In the end, 3 days after he rejected them, the new flyer suddenly cut off all cooperation with Moffat Count. Before this, the new flyer and Moffat Count had worked together to build 2 rubber processing factories, a canned fruit factory, and 2 small magic machine component factories. This was the 3rd year of cooperation, and Moffat Count earned over 200,000 gold coins from these factories each year. But now that the new flyer had suddenly cut off all cooperation, it caused these factories to be unable to operate smoothly. The rubber products and canned fruit that had already been produced relied on the new flyer's transport network to be sold in other countries. But now that the new flyer had cut off all cooperation, these products were all squeezed in the factories. It was fine for the rubber products, but the canned fruit didn't have a long shelf life. If they were kept for a while, their quality would drop and it would be harder to sell them. As for the 2 small production magic machine parts factories, their main customers were the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's production magic machine workshop. Now that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had given up on ordering them, there was a backlog of parts produced. After the new flyer had cut off all cooperation for a week, Moffat Count found that his territory had fallen into chaos. The stoppage of several factories meant that the workers had no work to do, so their wages were much lower. This directly affected their lives. They could endure it in the beginning, but after a few days, these lowly people in Moffat Count's eyes actually dared to cause trouble. Although Moffat Count immediately sent out his personal guards to suppress the trouble, this created even more serious resistance. In just a single week, all the factories under Moffat Count's name had stopped working, as well as all the rubber plantations and fruit orchards. According to Moffat Count's rough estimates, in just a single week, he had lost over 10,000 gold coins. Every day this situation continued, his losses would increase by over 1,000 gold coins. Even if he had earned quite a bit from cooperating with the new flyer in the past 3 years, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. What made him feel even more despair was that he couldn't find a solution at all. Only at this time did Moffat Count realize that his dependence on the new flyer had reached such a deep level. If he wanted to solve his current predicament, he could only ask the new flyer for help. After understanding this, Moffat Count finally realized how childish his contempt for Su Yi was. He didn't care about him before because he didn't put in his eyes at all. But once he really wanted to care about him, he couldn't resist at all. Chapter 769. It wasn't just Mafia Count's territory that fell into chaos. There were a total of 13 lords who had rejected the New Flyers' proposal to build the magic signal towers and then rejected the New Flyers' proposal again. Just like Mafia Count, they were also cut off from cooperation by the New Flyer. The impact on them was exactly the same as Count Marth's, just that the degree was different. But whether it was light or heavy, these lords were the same as Mafia Count. They knew in their hearts that they couldn't resist the New Flyer at all. There was only one choice left for them, which was to obediently listen to the New Flyer. Of course, there were still people who tried their best to salvage the situation. Anklo was one of them who was the most anxious. Chairman Sue, why are you doing this? Anklo looked at Sue with a serious look, as his eyes filled with reproach and his voice filled with pain. Do you know that because your New Flyer unilaterally abolished the cooperation with the lords led by Mafia Count, their territories have fallen into chaos? Sue revealed a faint smile and said with a shrug, Of course I know. You know. Then why did you do it? Anklo's tone was heavy. Anklo's voice became even more serious. The countless citizens in their territories had obtained a new life because of your cooperation with the New Flyer, but now it has been destroyed because of you. Can you really bear to do this? If you're asking me if I can bear it, why don't you ask those lords if they can bear it? They clearly agreed to cooperate with our company, and they could have maintained their status quo, allowing their citizens to benefit even more. But now, because of their selfishness, everything has been destroyed. I feel that before you question me, you should question them first. Sue, he said. Selfish? Anklo furrowed his brows. Anklo knit his brows. Chairman Sue, I'm very clear on their concerns, and I don't think they are selfish. You and your New Flyer are the ones who are truly selfish this time. You're promoting the magic signal towers like this, isn't it, because you want to control the Principality of Constantine? First of all, I have to explain something to you. Whether you believe it or not, this magic signal tower is not the same as the magic towers that you and the lords were worried about from the ancient times. Secondly, I have to point out a fact to you. Anklo, do you really think that the Principality of Constantine can break away from the influence of the New Flyer? Anklo fell silent. After staring at Sue for a while, Anklo slowly shook his head. No, I know very well that New Flyer is very important to the Principality of Constantine. It is because of your New Flyer that the citizens of the duchy can live better lives than ever, and the duchy is much stronger than before. I have to admit, in the years since your Frestec Chamber of Commerce came to the duchy, the entire duchy has been filled with a positive spirit. I've never seen the citizens of the duchy filled with hope for life like this before. After saying this, Anklo paused before changing the topic. But, Chairman Sue, the duchy is our Stantine duchy after all. If you want to control the duchy in your hands, even if the duchy suffers losses, I will fight to the end. Sui looked at the impassioned Anklo and gave a cold laugh. Fight to the end? Anklo, I always thought that you were an ambitious person who was willing to consider the Principality of Constantine. But now that I've heard you say this, I've finally found that you have been corrupted by the power in your hands. You are no longer the Anklo who is willing to fight for a better life for the citizens of the Principality of Constantine. Anklo's expression changed. What do you mean by this? You're saying that you will fight to the end, even if the duchy suffers losses? I'm very curious. What are you fighting for? I've already said it. The magic signal towers won't have the terrifying effect of controlling people's hearts that you're worried about. But those lords have strong reactions, and your reaction is even stronger than theirs. Why is that? You're worried that the Principality of Constantine will be controlled by me and you'll lose your power, right? You're saying that you'll fight to the end, even if the duchy suffers losses. Based on what? The citizens of the Principality of Constantine can live good lives because of our New Flyer, but because you're afraid of losing the power in your hands, you'd rather heavily affect the lives of your citizens and oppose me this strongly. Anklo, you've disappointed me too much. I haven't. Faced with Su Yi's reprimand, Anklo's expression became incomparably agitated. He forcefully waved his arms and loudly refuted. I indeed don't want the duchy to fall into your new flyers or your control, but this isn't related to my personal power. I just want the duchy to remain our Stantine's country and not fall into the hands of an outsider like you. Su-yi looked at Anklo with knitted brows for a while, as his expression became a bit strange. Anklo, I remember that you weren't this stupid before. You can just think this in your heart, but now you're really saying it in front of me. Just what are you thinking? Could it be that after being the chairman of the parliament for a few years, you've been completely corrupted by power to the point that even your brain has been hollowed out? I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Anklo panted heavily and angrily said, the reason why I reached an agreement with you in private to help your new flyer gain a foothold in the Principality of Constantine was because I felt that your new flyer could make the duchy better. But now I'm very regretful. My actions back then were akin to inviting a wolf into the house. Su-yi shook his head. I don't think our new flyer has done anything like a wolf. Isn't it the reason you're forcing these nobles this time? Anklo loudly retorted. Su-yi let out an ear-piercing cold laugh. These nobles aren't ordinary citizens of the Principality of Constantine. What do their thoughts have to do with me? Anklo, if you say something like this, it means that you've completely changed. You used to care about the lives of the citizens of the Principality of Constantine, but now you're speaking for these nobles. Your butt is quite crooked right now. Anklo's expression froze before he refuted. These nobles represent the citizens of the duchy. You're forcing them and making their territory fall into chaos, which is harming the citizens. Is that so? Su-yi revealed a faint smile. He took a document from the table to the side and looked it over before throwing it to Anklo. The reason for this matter this time is because of the nobles' deep misunderstanding of the magic signal towers. But where did these misunderstandings come from? Anklo, aren't you curious? Anklo took the document in surprise, and when he opened it, his expression instantly changed. Su-yi looked at him and kept giving a cold laugh. Anklo, in order to maintain your control over the duchy, you really are scheming. You actually began secretly contacting these nobles a year ago, guaranteeing that they would secretly obey our new flyer. Isn't it all because you want to control our new flyer one day? It's a pity that you overestimated your abilities. The nobles of the duchy have obtained large benefits from cooperating with our company, but you can't give them the same thing, so how could they be on the same side as you? You have to know, I didn't deliberately collect this information. Anklo looked at the document in his hand, and countless drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The information on this document was all about the secret contact he had with the nobles of the duchy over the past year. It recorded how he had contacted these nobles in secret, trying to unite these nobles against the new flyer. It even recorded which nobles he had met on which month and which day, so it could be seen how detailed this information was. Anklo was certain that there were many details that only the parties involved knew, but now that it was clearly recorded in this document, there was only one explanation. It was like what Su-yi had said, this information was provided by the people he had met. Thinking of this, Anklo felt a chill run down his spine. When he first listened to Su-yi's suggestion to establish a parliament to replace the management of the Duke's mansion, Anklo was very happy. He felt that the Principality of Constantine would definitely become stronger under the leadership of the parliament and the new flyer's investment. In the past few years, the Principality of Constantine had indeed become stronger as he had expected. The lives of the people of the duchy had also become better and better. The entire duchy was filled with a positive atmosphere that he had never imagined before, which made him feel very gratified. But as time passed, Anklo realized that the new flyer's influence on the entire duchy was getting deeper and deeper. It could even be said that every place, person, and matter in the duchy couldn't escape the influence of the new flyer. In comparison, his presence as the parliament's chairman was getting weaker and weaker. Most of the time, he was just a puppet dealing with unimportant government affairs. Anklo was an ambitious person, and naturally, he wasn't willing to let things continue like this. Therefore, he secretly contacted the other nobles who were also ambitious and apprehensive of the new flyer's influence in an attempt to get out of the current situation. However, he didn't expect that the nobles in the duchy weren't completely on his side. They even told Su Yi about his secret. But on second thought, it made sense. Cooperating with the new flyer would bring huge benefits to the nobles and make their lives much better than before. But what could they gain by cooperating with Anklo? Anklo's heart sank as soon as he figured it out. He looked at Su Yi with a taunting smile and put down his hands, giving a deep sigh. He knew that from today onwards, the fate of the Principality of Constantine would be rewritten. Chapter 770. June of year 3787. It was just a normal summer for the other countries of the signs, but for the Principality of Constantine in the southwest corner of the continent, it was a very turbulent month. It was even possible that it would leave a deep mark in the history of the duchy. In the beginning of June, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce was strongly opposed by over 10 lords in the duchy because of their magic signal towers. They announced that they were cutting off their cooperation with these lords, causing the private territories of these lords to fall into chaos, as well as causing panic among the citizens of the duchy that weren't related to this. Everyone was very worried that if the new flyer gave up on investing in the Principality of Constantine, it would have a serious impact on the entire duchy. In the middle of the month, the Speaker of the Congress of the Principality of Constantine, Anklo, suddenly announced that he was resigning from the position of Speaker. The public explanation was that he had already been the Speaker for 3 years, and according to the Constitution of the Congress, he had already finished his first term. Because of his health, he didn't plan on continuing. This news created a large shock to the Principality of Constantine. Although the Principality of Constantine's rapid development was mainly because of the new flyer's investment, the Congress led by Anklo played an important role that couldn't be ignored. In the hearts of many citizens of the Principality of Constantine, he had already become the most important leader that led the Principality of Constantine to become stronger. Now that he had suddenly announced his resignation, many people were worried about the fate of the Principality of Constantine. Would his successor be able to lead the Principality of Constantine to develop at a high speed like him? No one could give an accurate answer to this. Although the Congress was already prepared for Anklo's resignation, announcing a new speaker on the day of his resignation. It was a viscount from a northern part of the Principality of Constantine who wasn't that famous. Without the test of time, no one knew how far this new speaker could go. However, when everyone was doubting this speaker announced a very shocking decision as soon as he took office. He announced the abolition of the private territories of the nobles in the Principality of Constantine. Once this news was spread, it didn't just shock everyone in the Principality of Constantine. It also shocked the people of the surrounding countries. Since ancient times, it was a tradition for nobles to have private territories in the signs. As a noble, if they only had status and no territory, they were no different from an empty shell in everyone's eyes. This was because the foundation of the nobles was their private territories. Private fiefs could provide the nobles with the food, population, and economy they needed, and then form the most important aspect of their strength. If they didn't even have private territories, what strength did they have? In any country in the signs, all nobles' first priority was their private territories. They would treat their private territories as their bottom line. Depriving them of their private land was tantamount to declaring war on them. Therefore, when everyone heard that this new speaker wanted to pass this decision, their first reaction was that this speaker was crazy. He actually wanted to pass such a ridiculous decision. That was simply a fantasy. Just when everyone wanted to see this speaker make a fool of himself, the result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Congress of the Principality of Constantine actually passed this inconceivable decision. The Principality of Constantine officially abolished the right of all nobles to own private territories. While countless people were shocked by this, they all turned their gazes to New Flyer. New Flyer was undoubtedly the company with the greatest influence on the Principality of Constantine. Their chairman, Su Yi, was currently one of the great nobles in the Principality of Constantine. The private territories under his name spanned several dozen square kilometers. The Congress passed a resolution to abolish private territories. How would Lord Sui react? Would he be willing to hand over his precious private territories? It had to be known that New Flyer's main base was built on his private territories. If he handed over his private territories, what would happen to New Flyer? Everyone thought that Sui would definitely refuse to implement this decision, but reality once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The day after the Congress passed this decision, Sui was the first to publicly announce that he would hand over the ownership of his private territories and return them to the duchy's control. Then at the same time, Sui represented the Frestac Chamber of Commerce to the Congress to buy the land around the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's main base, totaling over 50 square kilometers, which was passed by Congress. After this news came out, everyone was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this unremarkable new speaker had the guts to propose such a shocking decision and pass it through the Congress. From the looks of it, this was done with the support of New Flyer. Or to put it more bluntly, this new speaker must have obtained the support of New Flyer to ascend to the position of speaker. He represented the will of the New Flyer. The previous abdication of Speaker Anklo was, of course, related to New Flyer. This made people even more puzzled about the situation in the Principality of Constantine. What was New Flyer trying to do? If Sui only wanted a larger private territory, then even if he was rejected by the Congress, it shouldn't be a problem for him to achieve this goal after the new speaker was replaced. Why did he have to come up with such a shocking resolution? Stripping all the nobles of their private territories was simply a declaration of war against all the nobles in the Principality of Constantine. How could those nobles obediently carry out such a resolution? This was indeed the case. After the Congress passed the resolution and Sui took the lead in carrying it out, there were countless fierce reactions in the Principality of Constantine. The 4 counts, 7 viscounts, and dozens of barons in the southern part of the Principality announced that they would not accept the resolution of the Congress. They also publicly declared that they would no longer accept the leadership of the Congress and would implement self-governance in their own territories. This was almost the same as declaring independence in everyone's eyes. The Congress of the Principality of Constantine would never accept such a fact. The only problem was how to deal with it. These nobles had a considerable number of troops under their names. The Congress of the Principality of Constantine didn't have a specific military background and couldn't do anything to them. But at this moment, the New Flyer made its move. At the end of June, the Congress of the Principality of Constantine announced that the 4 counts, 7 viscounts, and dozens of barons who had rejected the leadership of the Congress were traitors and decided to launch a punitive expedition against them. Then the Congress announced that they would invite the New Flyer Guards to act as the temporary Congress Guards and launch a punitive expedition against these nobles. Everyone was in an uproar at this. By doing this, the Congress of the Principality of Constantine made it clear that they were completely under the control of the New Flyer. Everything they did was probably in the service of a New Flyer. But even though everyone understood this, it didn't affect the actions of the New Flyer at all. At the end of June, the New Flyer Guards were officially mobilized. It only took a week for them to completely defeat the nobles who had been declared traitors. During the entire process, the troops of the nobles who had also purchased a large number of military magic machines from the New Flyer were unable to pose any threat to the New Flyer Guards. They had no power to resist at all. After completely defeating these rebellious nobles, the Congress unceremoniously took back the private territories of these nobles. At this point, everyone understood that before they had the strength to contend against the New Flyer, they could only obediently follow orders. Thus, after this, the other nobles in the Principality of Constantine expressed their obedience to the Congress's decision and handed over the ownership of their private territories. However, just like how they treated Sui's private territories, although these nobles handed over the ownership of their private territories, the Congress also approved them to invest in a portion of the land. They also reserved a small piece of land for them to directly sell as their private property. This small piece of land was actually not much different from the private territories they had before. It was only different in name, but because the area was too small, it could at most be used to build private manors. It wouldn't have much of an impact. On the last day of June, the Congress of the Principality of Constantine took back the ownership of the private territories handed over by the last nobles. It also announced that from this day onwards, there would be no more nobles in the Principality of Constantine. Although there were still nobles, they no longer had their own territories. What they retained were some insignificant aristocratic privileges. Of course, the Congress only took back the ownership of their private territories and didn't take back the various industries under their names. They still owned the rubber plantations, water orchards, and various factories under their names and could still enjoy all the profits. All the nobles who obeyed the Congress's decision also received the forgiveness of the new flyer and regained the opportunity to continue cooperating with the new flyer. Therefore, after the turbulent June passed and they entered July, everyone realized that compared to the Principality of Constantine before, there weren't many changes in the Principality of Constantine apart from a new president and the nobles losing their private territories. The nobles were still enjoying their luxurious lives with a large number of industries under their names, while the commoners were still working hard to improve their lives. However, everyone was clear that the Principality of Constantine was indeed completely different from before. At this moment, a few special guests quietly arrived at the Principality of Constantine, which didn't seem to have changed at all. Chapter 771. 7 different color magic sedans were in a row, quickly driving on the road to the Principality of Constantine's new flight commerce main base. Even in the Principality of Constantine, where the magic sedans came from, magic sedans weren't commonly seen because of their high price. So being able to see a motorcade of 7 magic sedans at once was very eye-catching for everyone. But when people noticed the signs on the back of the 7 magic sedans, they felt that it was very strange. Because the signs on the 7 magic sedans said that they came from the Drake Duchy that was over 1,000 kilometers away. If it was said that normal families in the surrounding countries could barely afford a magic sedan after saving up, those who could afford 7 magic sedans could only be rich nobles or large merchants. And these 7 magic sedans came from the Drake Duchy. Didn't that mean that the people in these 7 magic sedans were all important people from the Drake Duchy? It should be said that people's guesses weren't wrong, but they weren't completely accurate. There were important people from the Drake Duchy in these 7 magic sedans, but there were also important people who didn't come from the Drake Duchy. The Marquis of Southgard looked away from the car and said to Princess Caroline beside him with a sigh of praise, "Your Highness, when you described the Principality of Constantine to me before, I thought that you were exaggerating a bit. But now that I've seen these shocking facts, I feel that not only are you not exaggerating, you're rather conservative. I have to admit, the Principality of Constantine is completely different from any country I've seen on the continent. Other than Banna City that we passed by 3 days ago, there isn't a place on the continent that can compare to this place." Princess Caroline revealed a smile that was as beautiful as a flower as she said with a nod, "Of course, Banna City was where the new flyer came from. So it being able to become like this is completely because of the new flyer, or rather because of Su Yi's influence. This place is where the new flyer took root and developed for 5 years, so naturally it would be influenced by the new flyer and Su Yi." The Marquis of Southgard turned to look out the window and gave a sigh. "Actually, to be honest, I don't know what these things represent. For example, that tall iron tower in the distance, I don't know what use it has. But I'm certain that these are the shocking inventions of a new flyer. They can bring amazing convenience to people's lives. The new flyer's shocking places are not limited to just this." Princess Caroline replied with a smile. She followed Marquis Southgate's gaze and saw the tall iron tower in the distance, but she couldn't help being surprised. What is the use of this iron tower?" The Marquis of Southgard asked in a surprise. Caroline, what? "Even your Highness doesn't know what it does." Princess Caroline shook her head, her face full of doubt. I don't know. I've never seen this thing before. It seems to be a new invention of the new flyer. He always has some strange ideas in his head, and he has so many crazy researchers under him. It's not strange for him to have some new inventions that I don't know about. The Marquis of Southgar nodded. He glanced at the iron tower in the distance, and then looked away, looking at the scenery on both sides of the road. A month ago, the Marquis of Southgard and Princess Caroline met by chance in Filio City. The Marquis of Southgard immediately revealed his identity to Princess Caroline and received a warm welcome from her. When the Marquis of Southgard mentioned that he wanted to know more about the new flyer and the magic machines of the new flyer, Princess Caroline directly proposed to the Marquis of Southgard to come with her to the Principality of Constantine and see for himself what the new flyer was like. The Marquis of Southgard gladly agreed to this proposal. After some preparations, he brought Seymour and his followers to follow Princess Caroline from the Drake Duchy. On the way, other than Princess Caroline introducing the new flyer to the Marquis of Southgar from time to time, there were all kinds of strange things that they saw along the way. This made the Marquis of Southgard even more interested in the new flyer. Whether it was the various agricultural magic machines in the fields on both sides of the road, the powerful magic machines that far surpassed the power of man, or the various household magic machines that could be seen in every household of the Lampari Kingdom, they all proved to the Marquis of Southgar that the new flyer had an influence on the Lampari Kingdom, as well as the convenience brought by the various magic machines. When their group passed by Banda City, they specially stopped for 3 days. Because Banda City was where the new flyer originated from, to this day, Banda City could be considered the city that had been influenced the most by the new flyer. In the 3 days that they were in Banda City, the Marquis of Southgard had secretly investigated many places. He had a deeper understanding of the changes that the new flyer had brought to Banda City, while at the same time, it made his praise for the new flyer even deeper. When they entered the Principality of Constantine, the Marquis of Southgard even felt that he had come to a different world. If Banta City still had the traditional style of the signs, then the Principality of Constantine, that was extremely backward, was like a piece of white paper. With the influence of the new flyer, it had become a completely different world from any other place on the continent. Even if it was his first day here, the Marquis of Southgard could deeply feel that this new world was much better than the traditional cities of the signs, no matter how he looked at it. Not mentioning anything else, just based on the clean and refreshing tap water that he could enjoy along the way, it was enough to make all the cities on the continent feel inferior. This was something that even the capital of the Malar Empire, Angelo City, couldn't compare to. Although, as the respected Sir Marquis, the Marquis of Southgard didn't need to worry about the water in his manor. As Sir Marquis, who cared about the lives of the citizens, he knew that it was difficult for the citizens to use water. The Principality of Constantine had solved the problem of water for the citizens through the automatic water supply system. To the Marquis of Southgard, this was simply an incomparable good deed. Compared to this, those household magic machines that could make people's lives more convenient were much inferior. Other than this, the other thing that the Marquis of Southgard cared about the most was the road that they were currently on. When he drove the rented magic sedan on the road in the Drake Duchy for the first time, he was certain of this. This road had a large effect on the traffic of the entire country. It was something that had a great strategic significance. Although the road was paved by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, the Marquis of Southgard had heard from various sources that the construction materials and magic machines needed to pave the road all came from the new flyer. This meant that the two things that he cared about the most were related to the new flyer. This was why he decided to take a trip to the Principality of Constantine and personally see the new flyer. Sir Marquis, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to see Sue E in 2 hours. Have you thought about what you want to ask him? Princess Caroline suddenly asked. The Marquis of Southgard was silent for a bit before saying with a faint smile, "There are many things that I want to ask him. If possible, I hope that I can stay here for a bit longer and talk to Chairman Sue as much as possible. Your Highness, I hope that you can help me with this." Princess Caroline pursed her lips into a smile. "Relax. If that fellow Sue knows your identity, he will definitely be happy. Even if you don't say it, he will want to talk to you more." Rather, I have to remind you that that fellow is very cunning, so don't be fooled by him. The Marquis of Southgard immediately smiled and shot a glance at Princess Caroline. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, your relationship with Chairman Sue seems to be very close?" Princess Caroline's face flushed red, and she replied with a light smile, "If I didn't know him later than his wife, I would definitely do anything to become his wife. Unfortunately, I met him later, and he's a man with his own principles. He isn't willing to give me the slightest chance. But this is what I like about him." "Oh." The Marquis of Southgard was a bit surprised. "Your Highness, you're so beautiful. Yet Chairman Sue isn't moved by you?" Princess Caroline shrugged helplessly. "Although I'm not convinced, I have to admit that his wife isn't any worse than me." "Is that so?" The Marquis of Southgard looked pensive. After thinking for a bit, he said with a smile, "If that's the case, trying to tempt Chairman Sue with your beauty won't be possible." "That might not be the case." Princess Caroline shook her head and said, "This fellow originally had 3 beautiful female slaves, and he already took 2 of them into his room. From what I know, he also got 2 more female slaves last year, and he also married a beautiful elven woman. So, if you say that he isn't tempted by beauty, that doesn't seem to be accurate." "An elven woman?" The Marquis of Southgard was truly shocked this time. "Is this true? He actually married an elven woman? How is that possible? This was the most sensational thing in the surrounding countries last year. Haven't you heard of it before?" Princess Caroline asked in return. "I haven't. I've mainly been asking about magic machines. I don't really care about Chairman Sue's personal life. Actually, I feel that Sue E himself is far more worthy of attention than New Flyer. The reason why New Flyer was able to grow into such a company is all because of Sue Yi's existence. From what I see, he's even more important than the entire New Flyer." Princess Caroline's expression was a bit complicated, but she didn't seem to hesitate at all. The Marquis of Southgard thought for a bit, and his expression became serious. "Then, Your Highness, before I meet Chairman Sue, can I trouble you to introduce Chairman Sue to me?" Princess Caroline smiled faintly. "All right, let's start with his personality. From what I understand of him, although he's always flaunted himself as a standard merchant, he's actually a very idealistic fellow." Chapter 772. Princess Caroline's introduction to Sue E only lasted for half an hour. When a motorcade was about to enter the New Flight Commerce main base, they were unexpectedly blocked. Seeing a specially modified magic sedan blocking the road in front of them, with 2 men in uniform standing beside it, Princess Caroline and the Marquis of Southgard looked at each other with doubtful looks. This fire-red magic sedan was clearly the one Seymour had bought in Filio's city. When they were heading to the Principality of Constantine from Black Rice City on the Black Rice Wasteland, Seymour had obediently followed the motorcade at first. But before they were halfway there, he couldn't control himself and left the motorcade. He would speed up from time to time, wildly charging on the road to break away from the motorcade. Because the road from Black Rice City to the Principality of Constantine was simple, they didn't need to worry about him getting lost. Adding in the fact that he had practiced driving during this time, the Marquis of Southgard just let him go and didn't want to restrict him too much. But now he was being stopped. Why was this? Princess Caroline looked at the 2 young men in uniform and slightly knit her brows. These 2 are the security officers of the Principality of Constantine. It seems like Viscount Seymour might have done something wrong. Security officers? The Marquis of Southgard looked at the 2 young men in surprise before having the driver drive over. The motorcade stopped beside Seymour's fire-red magic sedan. Seymour, who had been sitting in the driver's seat with a look of disdain, quickly opened the door and dodged the 2 security officers as he charged over. "Uncle Dalen, these 2 fellows actually dared to block my car. I will definitely teach them a lesson." The Marquis of Southgard's face sunk, and he looked at him with an unkind gaze before looking at Princess Caroline with a questioning look. Princess Caroline was silent for a bit before saying with a nod, "Sir Marquis, let me take care of this." "All right." Princess Caroline got out of the car and walked over to the 2 security officers. The two security officers had angry looks on their faces, but when they saw Princess Caroline get out of the car, they were shocked by her appearance and were stunned for a while. Two security officers, hello. Princess Caroline revealed a sweet smile. She turned to point at Seymour behind her and asked, "Can I ask why you were stopping my friend? Did he break some rules?" The two security officers who had been looking at Princess Caroline in a daze at first immediately came back to their senses when they heard her question. One of them, who was a bit fatter, gave a cough and quickly calmed down before saying with a serious look, "This lady, your friend, he broke the rules of the road when he drove the magic sedan and hit another medium public transport magic car. After the accident, your friend didn't wait to be dealt with. Instead, he ran away. Now, according to the relevant regulations, we must take him back for investigation." Hit and run. Princess Caroline deeply knit her brows. She turned to look at Seymour before turning to the Marquis of Southgard with an awkward look. The Marquis of Southgard saw the look on her face and came over. Did something happen? The Marquis of Southgard had been in a high position for a long time, so naturally he had a dignified aura. The two security officers were quite knowledgeable, so they could tell that he wasn't a normal person with a single glance. They didn't dare neglect him and explained what had happened to him. After hearing this, the Marquis of Southgard's face sunk. He turned to look at Seymour, and after thinking for a bit, he said to the two security officers, "The two of you, this is my nephew's fault. I will sincerely apologize to the passengers in that car on his behalf. I am also willing to compensate the passengers who were injured because of this matter, so they will definitely be satisfied." The Marquis of Southgard waved to one of his followers behind him. The follower didn't say anything and took out a bulging money pouch from his bosom and handed it over. "There are 100 gold coins inside. I think it should be enough to compensate the passengers." The two security officers looked at the money pouch and then looked at the Marquis of Southgard with a look of surprise. The Marquis of Southgard smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. In order to express my sincere apology, 100 gold coins isn't much." He didn't notice that Princess Caroline had an extremely strange look on her face after hearing this. The two security officers also had strange looks on their faces. After looking at each other, the fat security officer coughed lightly and said to the Marquis of Southgard, Mister, do you think 100 gold coins is a lot of compensation?" The Marquis of Southgard was stunned. "Is it not a lot? From your description, most of the passengers only suffered minor injuries. Only one of them had a fracture. I think 100 gold coins is more than enough to compensate for their losses." After a pause, he continued, "Well, if 100 gold coins isn't enough, then I can add on another 50 gold coins. As for my nephew, because we still have urgent matters to attend to, it's not convenient for you to take him back for investigation." The slightly fat security officer smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Mister, I have to tell you that not to mention 100 gold coins, or even 150 gold coins, even 500 gold coins wouldn't be enough to compensate for the losses your nephew caused in this incident. Moreover, according to the regulations, we have to take him back for investigation. Please cooperate." The Marquis of Southgard's eyes widened in surprise. 500 gold coins isn't enough? How is that possible? 500 gold coins is enough to buy 10 strong slaves. The slightly fat security officer frowned. "Mister, you aren't a person of our Principality of Constantine, are you? Let me tell you, our Principality of Constantine doesn't have any slaves right now, so your comparison isn't appropriate. Moreover, to be honest with you, 500 gold coins really isn't considered a large amount. The injured passengers of the public transport magic car, I'm certain that each of them can earn at least 200 gold coins a year. With so many people injured and adding in the damage to the magic car, the losses are far from just 500 gold coins. Each person can earn 200 gold coins a year?" The Marquis of Southgard was completely shocked. Is this possible? Aren't they just normal citizens?" Princess Caroline on the side couldn't keep watching. She gave a cough and took a step forward, saying to the two security officers in a low voice, "Two sirs, to be honest, these two are guests of a new Flyers chairman, Sue. So I hope that you can make an exception. As for the compensation, no matter how much it is, we will pay for it." After saying this, Princess Caroline took out a gold bill from her chest and handed it over. Here's 1,000 gold coins. This is 1,000 gold coins. If it's not enough, you can contact me through the Frestec Chamber of Commerce at any time. After pausing, perhaps she felt that her empty words wouldn't have any effect. So Princess Caroline hesitated a bit before continuing. I am Princess Caroline from the Drake Duchy. I think that you should have heard of my name. The two security officers' eyes popped out as they shouted in disbelief. So you're Princess Caroline? No wonder you're this beautiful. God, I actually saw Princess Caroline with my own eyes. I really am too lucky. Princess Caroline revealed a faint smile. Many thanks for your praise. Then may I ask the two of you, can we leave first? Chairman, Sue should be waiting for us right now. As for how to deal with this matter, you can contact us through the new flyer at any time. The two security officers looked at each other before the slightly fatter one pulled the other security officer aside. The two of them went to the side and whispered a few words. After a while, the slightly fatter security officer came back and said to Princess Caroline, Your Highness, please wait for a moment. We're trying to contact Chairman Sue and have him decide how to deal with this matter. Contact Chairman Sue? Princess Caroline knit her brows. Isn't this place still a bit far from the new Flight Commerce main base? Then wouldn't we have to wait here for a long time? Sorry. The slightly fatter security officer smiled, but didn't show any signs of accommodating. Seeing their resolute attitude, Princess Caroline could only helplessly accept. She walked back to the Marquis of Southguard's side. Sir Marquis, I'm very sorry. Let's wait here for a bit. They are trying to contact Chairman Sue. How can we contact Chairman Sue from here? If we send someone back, won't it take a long time? The Marquis of Southguard clearly thought of the same problem as Princess Caroline. Uncle Dalen, why should we listen to them and wait here? We could just leave. Don't tell me they really dare to make a move on us. Seymour came over and said without a care, Shut up. The Marquis of Southguard angrily rebuked him, but he couldn't say anything more. After all, Seymour was only the son of his old friend, not his own son. He couldn't scold him as he pleased. After thinking about it, he could only nod and say, All right, we are guests after all. We still have to respect Chairman Sue as the host. This is also good. Perhaps through dealing with this matter, we can deepen our mutual understanding with Chairman Sue. Seeing the trace of smile on the Marquis of Southguard's lips, Princess Caroline's heart trembled slightly. Sue had always hoped to be able to promote New Flyer's magic machines to the entire continent. The Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire were the two most important parts of this. New Flyer's progress in the Kanla Empire had not been very smooth. Now that it had coincidentally received the attention of the Marquis of Southguard from the Malar Empire, there was an opportunity to promote New Flyer's products to the Malar Empire. If Sue didn't handle this matter well, it would cause the Marquis of Southguard to be dissatisfied. It would affect the Marquis of Southguard's evaluation of New Flyer and Sue, which would hinder the entry of New Flyer's products into the Malar Empire. Sue, you have to properly grasp this chance. Seeing the Marquis of Southguard calming down and sitting in the magic sedan, she looked at the impatient Seymour on the side, and Princess Caroline secretly prayed in her heart. Chapter 773. The three of them did not have to wait for long. A few minutes later, the slightly thinner public security officer walked over and handed a small and delicate plastic and metal box to Princess Caroline. Your Highness, Sir Chairman wishes to speak with you. Princess Caroline glanced at the plastic and metal box in the public security officer's hands in surprise. She took it and frowned slightly. Hey, Chairman Sue, since you can use the magic communicator to talk to me, you shouldn't be far from here. Hurry up and help me deal with this. The two guests are getting impatient from waiting. The Marquis of Southguard and Seymour looked at Princess Caroline in surprise. Why was she talking to a small box? Could it be that Chairman Sue could jump out of the box? The next moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the small and delicate box. It was full of energy, but it was also slightly deep and steady. Hey, Caroline, you're wrong about that. I'm currently over 70 kilometers away from your current location. Princess Caroline was stunned. More than 70 kilometers? How is that possible? The furthest range of your magic communicator is less than 5 kilometers, right? A burst of hearty laughter sounded from the small box. Haha, this is a technology that we've recently developed. It can extend the range of the magic communicator to an extremely long distance. Although it can't cover the entire Principality of Constantine, it's not a problem to reach your current location from here. Is that amazing? Princess Caroline turned her head and looked at the magic communicator next to her ear. She muttered, then raised her voice slightly. All right, I know that new flyer always comes up with some amazing things, but that's not important right now. What's important is that you should deal with this matter immediately. The magic communicator was silent for a moment. Then, Suyi's slightly lowered voice sounded. Carolyn, although they're guests that you've brought over, rules are rules. Since they violated the rules, and even caused serious consequences, we'll have to follow the rules. There's no need to bend the rules. Princess Caroline was greatly surprised by Suyi's reply. She shot a glance at the Marquis of Southgard and Seymour, who were looking at them from not too far away. She lowered her voice and said somewhat anxiously, Su-yi, are you crazy? Do you know where these two guests came from? One of them was Lord Marquis of the Malor Empire. Haven't you always wanted to promote new Flyers products to the Malor Empire? It just so happens that the Marquis of Southgard is very interested in your new flyer. This is a great opportunity. How could you offend him and miss this opportunity? Malor Empire? Marquis of Southgard? Su-yi's voice revealed his uncontrollable astonishment. That's really surprising. No wonder you said that you brought me two special guests. Now you know, right? Then why don't you think about how to deal with this matter properly? Let me tell you, the guy who caused this trouble is the son of an old friend of the Marquis of Southgard. His old friend also holds a high position in the Malor Empire. You're so smart. You don't need me to remind you what to do, right? There was a bit of silence in the magic communicator before Su-yi's strange voice came from it. All right, Carolyn, give the magic communicator to the Marquis of Southgard. Let me talk to him. Okay. Princess Caroline turned and walked towards the Marquis of Southgard, handing the magic communicator over. Lord Marquis, Chairman Su wants to talk to you. Oh. The Marquis of Southgard looked at the small and exquisite magic communicator with interest and asked, What is this? You can actually talk to Chairman Su through it? This is the first generation of communication magic machine developed by New Flyer. It's temporarily called the Magic Communicator. You can also call a mobile phone because it's a magic communicator that can be used in your hands. Su-yi's voice sounded from the magic communicator. Hello, Marquis of Southgard. I'm the president of New Flyer, Su-yi. It's my first time meeting you. Oh no, it's my first time talking to you. It's my pleasure. The Marquis of Southgard looked at the magic communicator in surprise and carefully took it from Princess Caroline's hands. Then, he composed himself and coughed lightly at the magic communicator and said, Chairman Su, is it? Hello, I'm Dale, Marquis of Southgard. It's my pleasure to meet. Oh no, to hear your voice. Haha, Lord Marquis, I'm sure you're not used to using this method to talk to me for the first time, right? Su-yi asked. I'm indeed not used to it. The Marquis of Southgard smiled. But I think this method is very novel and interesting. Also, from your conversation with Princess Caroline, you're more than 70 kilometers away from here, and yet you're able to talk to me like this. It's really incredible. Lord Marquis, if you know more about New Flyer, you'll find that our New Flyer has brought you far more than just this magic communicator. I have no doubt about that. The Marquis of Southgard smiled and said, The reason why I came here with Princess Caroline from so far away is because I accidentally learned a lot about your New Flyer. I especially came here to talk to you more. Oh, that it's truly an honor for me and New Flyer. As the president, I represent the New Flyer in expressing our warm welcome to you. The Marquis of Southgard smiled and raised his head to look at Princess Caroline. After a slight pause, he asked, All right, Chairman Su, although this kind of conversation is novel, I don't think it's a real conversation. In comparison, I still hope that we can talk face to face. What do you think? Of course I think so too, Su-yi replied straightforwardly. Lord Marquis, I've already made preparations to welcome you. You're always welcome to be a guest. I'm also very willing to be a guest immediately, but Chairman Su, there's a problem here. I'm sure you already know that my nephew has caused some trouble. If I can't deal with it properly, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet you. Princess Caroline's heart couldn't help but tighten when she heard the deep meaning in the Marquis of Southgard's words. This was clearly the Marquis of Southgard, giving Su a chance to show his sincerity. It all depended on whether Su was willing to show it or not. If this matter had happened to any other merchant, Princess Caroline wouldn't have been worried, because the other party would definitely give the Marquis of Southgard a satisfactory result and ensure that both sides would be happy. But for some reason, Princess Caroline felt that this simple matter was extremely likely to cause an accident when it came to Su. The magic communicator was silent for a few seconds, and then Su's hesitant voice sounded. Lord Marquis, this is really very sorry. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Princess Caroline's face. This guy really was different from others. Even if you and your nephew are honored guests brought here by Princess Caroline, rules are rules. Since your nephew has violated the rules and caused serious losses, he has to bear the consequences according to the rules. I can't help him escape from his crimes. Seymour, who was listening attentively, raised his eyebrows. If it wasn't for the fact that the Marquis of Southgard was holding on to the magic communicator, he would have snatched it away and started cursing at the other party. What bullshit, Sui? He was just the chairman of a small merchant guild in a remote duchy. He actually dared to not give Uncle Dalen and him face. A strange expression flashed across the Marquis of Southgard's face, and then he said, Chairman Su, so you're saying that you're not willing to give my nephew a chance, and that you're going to let him be arrested by the public security officers? My apologies, Lord Marquis. These rules are actually set by me, so they have to be strictly followed. No matter who violates them, they have to bear the consequences. Even I'm no exception. But if you insist on doing this, then I can only express my disappointment. I originally thought that I would be able to have a pleasant and friendly conversation with Chairman Su, but it looks like that won't be possible now. The Marquis of Southgard's words were an undisguised threat to Princess Caroline, no matter how one looked at it. The Malor Empire was a colossus to a small merchant guild like New Flyer that wasn't very famous in the signs. If they could attract the interest of this colossus, then it would be an extremely rare opportunity for New Flyer. But now, the Marquis of Southgard had made it clear that if Su insisted on finding trouble with Seymour, he would most likely turn around and leave. Then, New Flyer would completely lose this opportunity. After a moment of silence in the magic communicator, Su sighed softly. Lord Marquis, if that's your decision, then I can only express my regret. But I must remind you that whether or not you are willing to be a guest here, your nephew has violated the rules here, so he has to be investigated. What kind of joke is this? Seymour couldn't help but speak, his face full of anger and disbelief. Was there a mistake? Uncle Dalen had already spoken up for him, and Su didn't immediately listen to him. He actually dared to find trouble with him after Uncle Dalen made his stance clear. Was he tired of living? The Marquis of Southgard also revealed a trace of surprise when he heard Su Yi's reply. Chairman Su, you mean? You must find trouble with my nephew? My apologies, this is my principal. Chairman Su, I must remind you, before this nephew came with me, an old friend entrusted him to me, hoping that I could take care of him along the way. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to face my old friend. If you insist on finding trouble with him, I'm afraid I can't just stand by and watch. Lord Marquis, I don't mean to offend you, nor do I mean to offend your old friend. I only hope that your nephew can cooperate with the public security officers and accept the investigation. If he cooperates, I believe that he will be able to get a good result, and it won't cause him any serious losses. The Marquis of Southgard's expression darkened. Chairman Su, do you insist on doing this? There was a soft gasp from the magic communicator, which then turned into Su Yi's firm voice. Yes, Lord Marquis, I insist on doing this. Chapter 774. Very good. I think we can end our conversation here. The Marquis of Southgard handed the magic communicator back to Princess Caroline. Princess Caroline wanted to pick up the magic communicator to persuade Sue, but she discovered that the green light on the magic communicator had already been extinguished. She immediately smiled bitterly. It seemed that Sue-Yi's attitude was irreversible. Uncle Dalen, let's go back. That bullshit Sue-Yi and New Flyer actually dare to treat you with such an attitude. Fortunately, this is the Principality of Constantine. If we were in a Malar Empire, I would have immediately taught him a lesson. The Marquis of Southgard narrowed his eyes and glanced at Seymour. He did not speak, and instead turned to look at Princess Caroline. Your Highness. Lord Marquis. Princess Caroline opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. She was very clear that Sue-Yi had destroyed the opportunity to cooperate with the Malar Empire. From the perspective of benefits, Sue-Yi's actions were simply stupid to the extreme. However, from a personal point of view, Princess Caroline felt that Sue-Yi was simply full of charm. This contradictory feeling made her smile bitterly. She did not know how to express her inner thoughts. Your Highness, let's set off. Chairman, Sue must be waiting anxiously. Princess Caroline nodded, but then her eyes widened in shock. Lord Marquis, you still want to meet Chairman Sue? Why not? The Marquis of Southgard asked Princess Caroline in confusion. Wasn't this our original plan? But, Princess Caroline pointed at Seymour, who was also shocked. Viscount Seymour, his matter, Seymour? The Marquis of Southgard turned to look at Seymour, and the smile on his face instantly turned gloomy. He said in an unusually low and unquestionable tone, Seymour, go with these two public security officers and cooperate with their investigation. Remember, you have to cooperate with them and work hard. If you dare to cause trouble again, I don't mind teaching you on behalf of your father. Even though the Marquis of Southgard didn't sound harsh, Seymour couldn't help but shudder. He knew very well that this time, Uncle Dalen was serious. Therefore, he did not have the slightest thought of resisting and obediently walked to the side of the two public security officers. The Marquis of Southgard smiled at the two security officers who were also in a daze. Thank you for your hard work. Please be patient with my nephew. If you need anything, you can contact me or Princess Caroline through the New Flyer at any time. After saying this, he sat back in the magic sedan. He didn't even look at Seymour as he waved his hand at Princess Caroline. Your Highness, let's set off. Princess Caroline looked at Seymour with a strange look before looking at the Marquis of Southgard. She didn't say a thing as she sat in the magic sedan. After a while, the motorcade of 7 magic sedans set off at the same time, quickly disappearing into the distance. An hour later, the motorcade slowly stopped in front of Sue-Yi's private manor by the sea. Seeing Sue-Yi standing in front of the gate in the distance, looking over, Princess Caroline felt a bit strange. She wasn't surprised that Sue-Yi knew ahead of time that the motorcade would be here. After all, this was Sue-Yi's territory. It would be strange if he didn't know about this. What she was surprised about was that Sue-Yi had a bright smile on his face. It didn't seem like he was affected by his conversation with the Marquis of Southgard at all. It had to be known, according to normal logic, the conversation between Sue-Yi and the Marquis of Southgard just now clearly meant that their talks had broken down. It was reasonable to say that the two of them should be angry at each other and ignore each other. But not only did the Marquis of Southgard's reaction surprise Princess Caroline, she was also confused by Sue-Yi's current appearance. These two men, just what were they thinking? Princess Caroline's mind was filled with doubts. When she came out of the magic sedan and saw Sue-Yi, who came over with a smile, she revealed the same bright smile. Hey, Caroline, it's been 1.5 years since we last met, right? After not seeing you for so long, you're still this beautiful. It really makes me very happy. Sue-Yi reached his hand out to Princess Caroline with a smile. Princess Caroline looked down at Sue-Yi's outstretched right hand and suddenly revealed a naughty smile. She suddenly opened her arms and tightly hugged Sue-Yi, who was caught off guard, as she gave him a kiss on the cheek without any politeness. Sue-Yi, After not seeing each other for so long, you're still this cold to me. I'm very hurt." Feeling the warmth from Princess Caroline's lips, Suyi's expression became a bit awkward and a bit helpless. After thinking about it, he also raised his hands to hug Princess Caroline, but he didn't kiss her back. "Hey, Caroline, there's still guests here." Hearing Su-yi say this, Princess Caroline let go with a smile. Su-yi reminded her that there were guests here. Didn't this mean that he wasn't treating her as a guest and was treating her as one of his own? Su-yi, let me introduce you. This is Dalen Marquis of Southgard. Sir Marquis, he is the new Flyers chairman, Su-yi. Su-yi and the Marquis of Southgard looked at each other, and the two of them revealed smiles of understanding at the same time before reaching out to shake hands. "Sir Marquis, welcome. Chairman Su, I'm very happy to finally meet you." The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Su-yi then said, "Sir Marquis, let me tell you some good news. Because Viscount Seymour has cooperated with the Public Security Department and admitted his mistakes, as well as agreeing to pay enough compensation, he has already obtained the forgiveness of the injured passengers of the public transport magic car. So according to the rules, he will only be locked up for 7 days and won't receive any other punishment." "Oh, that's very good." The Marquis of Southgard gave a slight nod, as if he didn't care about what punishment Seymour received. After thinking for a bit, he asked, "Chairman Su, I already have some basic understanding of the magic cars. But can I ask, are there any differences between the public transport magic cars here and the public transport magic cars I saw in Banna City?" "There isn't that big of a difference because the public transport system of Banna City was mainly designed by me. If there has to be a comparison, it is that our public transport system is more complete. One is because there were many restrictions when I designed the public transport system in Banna City, but that isn't the case here. Two is that this place is closer to our company's production base, so we can provide more and better magic cars." "And I understand. Then let me ask you another question. If there aren't enough roads as a foundation, wouldn't it be very hard to build a public transport system like this? Although with roads as a foundation, it can make it easier for the magic cars to operate. This isn't a necessary condition. Our company's passenger magic cars can already meet the requirements of running on normal roads. So as long as there are normal roads and there are enough passenger magic cars, we could try building a public transport system. It's like this. If you want to build a public transport system in a city that is more than 10 times bigger than Banna City, Chairman Su, how many gold coins do you think it will cost?" This isn't easy to estimate because each city has different conditions and needs, so it needs to be measured. But according to normal conditions, if it's more than 10 times bigger than Banna City, the scale of the public transport system would be more than 10 times bigger. Why isn't it more than 10 times? This isn't a simple multiplication because the bigger the city, the more complicated the situation is. If you want to satisfy it, you need to spend more resources. That isn't wrong. Then I've heard that the initial investment for Banta City's public transport system is around 300,000 gold coins, and it will cost around 50,000 gold coins each year. According to what you just said, if we build a public transport system in a city that is more than 10 times bigger, the initial investment will be over 10 million gold coins, and it will cost over 1 million gold coins each year. That isn't the case. This is because Banta City's public transport system was their first attempt, so there were many unnecessary expenses. If we rebuild it now, I can control the cost to be around 100,000 to 150,000 gold coins. As for the subsequent investment, it can offset the income each year, so there is no need for additional investment. Oh, if that's the case, then it's still considered cheap. Seeing Su-yi and the Marquis of Southgard talking like old friends while leaving her to the side, Princess Caroline couldn't help rolling her eyes and cutting off their conversation. "Hey, Su, you not planning on inviting us in for a cup of tea?" Su-yi was stunned before patting his head with a smile and reaching his hand out to invite them in. "Please, Sir Marquis, Caroline, everyone come in and take a seat. I've already prepared a sumptuous lunch. We can enjoy it together later." The Marquis of Southgard laughed and didn't hold back as he walked into the manor. But before he even took 2 steps, he couldn't help turning to ask Su-yi a question. Su-yi was also very surprised. No matter what the Marquis of Southgard asked, he would give a very detailed answer. He didn't seem bored at all, like he really treated the Marquis of Southgard as a close friend. Seeing the two of them discussing in full swing, Princess Caroline could only helplessly shake her head. Then she saw Steele waiting for guests with a faint smile behind the door. Her eyes fell on Steele's slightly swollen stomach, and Princess Caroline was stunned before letting out a weak sigh. Chapter 775. The Marquis of Southgard was like a curious child. He was filled with endless curiosity towards the new flyer. Now that he had finally seen Sue-E, he had countless questions. Of course, he wasn't satisfied with just relying on Sue-E to answer these questions. Thus, he proposed to Sue-E that he would stay here for a while and observe the new flyer, which naturally received Sue-Ye's approval. But Princess Caroline never would have thought that the Marquis of Southgard would stay here for half a month without any intention of leaving. If it was said that the Marquis of Southgard couldn't leave Seymour alone a week ago, then even if Seymour expressed that he didn't want to stay in this place that had humiliated him, the Marquis of Southgard still ignored him and continued to stay because of his own will. Sue-E welcomed the idea of the Marquis of Southgard staying here. But Princess Caroline was in a difficult position. She originally planned to stay in the Principality of Constantine for 3 days before returning to the Drake Duchy in a week. But now, because of the Marquis of Southgard, she was forced to stay here for half a month, which far exceeded her expectations. Princess Caroline was in charge of the magic machine industry in the Drake Duchy, so there were many matters in the duchy that she had to take care of. If she continued to stay here, there would be a lot of inconveniences. But the Marquis of Southgard was an important person from the Mallour Empire. Getting to know him was not only an important opportunity for the new flyer, it was also important for the Drake Duchy. The Drake Duchy's household magic machines couldn't compete with the Sheenfei brand, nor could they compete with the various brands of the Lampari Kingdom, so they had to open up the market. Before this, the Drake Duchy was working towards the neighboring Sac Kingdom and Frankish Kingdom. Now that the Mallour Empire had appeared in front of her, Princess Caroline naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. So without much consideration, Princess Caroline made the decision to stay here and accompany the Marquis of Southgard. As for the internal matters of the duchy, she would leave it to her subordinates to take care of. Not to mention that even if there wasn't the Marquis of Southgard, she was very willing to stay here. The new flyer was the Drake Duchy's most important partner. So if they could strengthen their relationship with the new flyer, it would be good for the Drake Duchy. Even if all of these factors were to be disregarded, Princess Caroline would be more than willing to accept the choice of staying here. However, this choice always made her face a situation that made her feel defeated deep in her heart. Steele, this second child, you should want to be a boy, right? Princess Caroline took her hand off Steele's stomach and asked this. The two of them were in Sue-Ye's private manor, and there was no one else around, so they could talk about some private matters. Steele revealed a faint smile. Freya is a girl, so it would be better if she gave birth to a boy. But Sue-Ye doesn't care about this problem. I feel that he would rather have a daughter. Liz and Linda both gave birth to a son for him. Princess Caroline looked at Steele with a deep look in her eyes. Although she didn't say it, how could Steele not understand her meaning? She gave a soft laugh and shook her head. Your Highness, if you want to maintain a good image in front of Sue-Ye, it's best if you don't say this in front of him. Princess Caroline didn't think that Steele would be so straightforward and couldn't help being stunned. She forced out a smile and said, All right, I was thinking too much. Sue-Ye is a rare good man. This isn't a problem for him. Steele, do you know how much I envy you? Steele spread her hands with a smile. Your Highness, if you really envy me, I won't oppose your thoughts towards Sue-Ye. Princess Caroline was stunned and looked at Steele in disbelief. But seeing that the smile on her face wasn't forced, she couldn't help feeling strange. Steele, I thought that Sue-Ye suddenly became fickle in these 2 years because of himself, but now it seems like it's more related to you, right? You're right. If it wasn't for me encouraging or forcing him, he would still only have me as his woman. Then why are you doing this? Could it be that you're not worried, that he would be taken away by another woman? Princess Caroline looked at Steele with a confused look. If it was me, I would only hope that Sue E would only have me in his embrace. I also thought this at first, but after being with Sue E for so long, I don't care about this kind of thing as much as before. Why? Could it be because you don't love Sue E as much as before? Princess Caroline hesitated a bit before asking this. No, I still love him, but it's different from before. I feel that since I love him, I should properly support him. Although he has had several women in these 2 years, whether it is Liz, Linda, or Agnes, they all had to be with him because of various reasons. If I oppose it, it will hurt many people. But if you don't oppose it, you'll hurt yourself. Steele, why are you being so foolish? I don't feel like I'm being hurt. Steele shook her head with a smile. Because I know that Sue, he has always put me first in his heart. That is enough. Princess Caroline looked at Steele in a speechless manner. After a while, she said with a sigh, I can't understand what you're thinking. From what I can see, love is selfish. If you don't want to monopolize the other party, it means that your love from before wasn't perfect. I am about to become a mother with 2 children, and your highness is still an unmarried girl. Of course, there will be a difference in thinking. This isn't strange, Steele said with a faint smile. Speaking of this, your highness, are you still not considering marriage? The people of the Drake Duchy have been looking forward to your marriage for a long time, right? Princess Caroline rolled her eyes. Other than Sue E, there aren't any other men in my eyes. But with your prestige in the Drake Duchy, you might inherit the position of Duke in the future, so you can't not get married, right? Che, the Lampari Kingdom's Queen 70 isn't married yet, although she has already given birth. After saying this, Princess Caroline seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She looked at Steele with a strange expression and paused as if she wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Steele looked at her and didn't say anything. The two silently looked at each other for a bit before Princess Caroline revealed an awkward smile. She looked around before standing up. All right, I should be leaving. The Marquis of Southgard should have finished his tour of the shipyard. I'll go find him. No need. Sir Marquis is currently on the Paladin, heading to the Black Rice Harbor. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be back tomorrow. Suyi's voice suddenly came from behind her. Princess Caroline turned back in surprise. What is he going to the Black Rice Harbor for? Could it be that he wants to go back from there? Sui couldn't help laughing. Do you think that Sir Marquis is such a rude person? He would leave you here and run home alone? He just wants to experience the magic ship on the sea and see how the Black Rice Harbor works. Oh, this Sir Marquis really is curious. He just raced yesterday, and he's going to experience the ship today. Sui laughed. That's right. There are many times when I feel that Sir Marquis isn't a middle-aged man who's over 50. Rather, he's a curious child. But this is a good thing. The more interested he is in these things, the more likely it is that he will cooperate with us. That's right. But Sue E, you've been in contact with Sir Marquis in the past few days. Has he told you anything? Princess Caroline asked. Sue E pointed at the chair on the platform and had Princess Caroline sit down. Then he sat down beside Steele and replied, according to what Sir Marquis has said, after he returns to the Malar Empire, he might have the Malar Empire's agricultural department purchase a batch of agricultural magic machines and fertilizer from our company. This isn't surprising. Princess Caroline nodded. Agriculture was the main problem of any country in the signs. Even a large empire like the Malar Empire wasn't an exception. Before, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had relied on promoting agricultural magic machines in the Lampuri Kingdom. Then when they cooperated with the surrounding countries, the first thing they cooperated with was to buy agricultural magic machines as well. Up to this point, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had sold over 500,000 agricultural magic machines to the surrounding countries, earning over 20 million gold coins in profit from this. The surrounding countries had already popularized agricultural magic machines, so the market was saturated. Only the Sac Kingdom had some room to develop. Now that the Malar Empire had suddenly popped out, this was naturally good news for New Flyer. Other than the agricultural magic machines, it can't be that he's only interested in this. right? Princess Caroline kept asking. Of course. Sir Marquis's biggest interest is in various kinds of infrastructure. For example, he has always been interested in the automatic water supply system and the various construction magic machines that can increase infrastructure. He has told me several times that after he returns to the Malur Empire, he will immediately change the infrastructure of the small cities in his territory. First, he will build roads and automatic water supply systems, while also building a public transport system. For this, he is planning to buy large amounts of medium-sized passenger magic cars from our company, as well as cooperating with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Princess Caroline slightly knit her brows, looking a bit disappointed. Other than this, these are all related to the production magic machines. Doesn't he have any other ideas? For example, buying some household magic machines to bring back? Sui looked at her with a bit of a smile before shaking his head. Sir Marquis said that although the household magic machines are easy to use, they aren't as important as the infrastructure, so he won't consider them for now. But these things can also improve people's lives. Could it be that the people of the Malur Empire don't need them? Sui, can't you take the initiative to sell them to Sir Marquis? No, I have the same idea as Sir Marquis. The cooperation in terms of household magic machines shouldn't be done between him and me. Otherwise, what difference is there between him and Ambassador Hakkinen of the Kanla Empire? But you've earned quite a bit of money through Ambassador Hakkinen, right? Not to mention that you can enter the Kanla Empire because of him. Sui, I don't understand what you're thinking. Princess Caroline's expression was a bit anxious. The Drake Duchy's magic machine industry was all focused on household magic machines. If the Marquis of Southgard really wasn't interested in household magic machines, Princess Caroline's efforts during this time would have been wasted. No need to rush. Sui seemed to see through Princess Caroline's thoughts as he waved his hand with a smile. Even if Sir Marquis isn't interested in household magic machines for now, that doesn't mean he won't be interested in the future. It also doesn't mean that the Malur Empire isn't interested in this. But you don't need to worry that your Drake Duchy won't benefit from this, Sui said with a faint smile. Caroline, I'm very grateful that you brought these two special guests here. So as thanks, I've decided to start a new cooperation with your duchy. It's related to production magic machines. Production magic machines? Princess Caroline's large eyes instantly lit up as her expression became a bit excited. Chapter 776. Before the Marquis of Southgard left, there was another important guest that came to the Principality of Constantine. This was Russell's third time coming to the Principality of Constantine. It was different from the previous two times. This time, he didn't have Ambassador Hakkinen come with him. Rather, he brought several subordinates from the Kanla Empire's navy, sitting in the pure black magicar that he had bought from the Belil Magicar Company, coming all the way from the Kanla Empire. Although he had already notified Sui through the method that Sui had given him, Sui was still a bit surprised when he saw the serious appearances of Russell and his subordinates. Based on their appearance, they weren't just here to inspect this time. As expected, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Sui, Russell directly entered the main topic. Chairman Sui, the cooperation I proposed to you last time has already been approved by the headquarters. Now, as long as you agree on behalf of the new flyer, the first cooperation between us can take effect. Russell looked into Sui's eyes and said with a serious look. Sui was silent for a bit before asking with a smile, Sir Russell, may I ask how many guard ships you're planning on buying? An awkward look appeared on Russell's face. After hesitating for a bit, he reluctantly raised 3 fingers to Sui. 30? This is a bit hard. With our company's current production capacity, 30 guard ships will take several years to build. No, it's 3. After saying this, Russell's old face couldn't help turning a bit red. As the glorious navy of the Kanla Empire, it was already shameful for them to open their mouth and buy a warship from a company of another country. What was even more shameful was that they were only buying 3 at a time. Sui was stunned. A strange look appeared in his eyes, but he suppressed it and revealed a warm smile. 3? Then there's no problem. We can finish building these 3 guard ships in 3 months at the earliest. But how will the cooperation you mentioned be completed? Relax, we're already prepared. Russell took out a document from his bag and gave it to Sue. This was a cooperation agreement. It clearly stated that as compensation for buying 3 guard ships from a new flyer, the Canla Empire Navy would pay 1,500,000 gold coins. At the same time, they would work with the new flyer to develop mineral resources on several small islands in the southern seas of the Canla Empire. At the same time, the Canla Empire Navy would cooperate with the new flyer to build several bases in the southern seas of the Canla Empire for the new flyer's transport fleet to resupply and rest when the new flyer's transport fleet passed by. Other than this, the Kandra Empire's Navy would open 2 ports for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet and guard fleet. The port open to the transport fleet was a deep water port in the south of the Kandra Empire. After it was opened to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet, it allowed the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to transport large amounts of goods back and forth. This was equivalent to indirectly opening the southern part of the Kamla Empire's market to the new flyer. If this was on Earth, where commerce was highly developed, this method would have been very sloppy. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been so easy to open. But for the various countries on the signs, this wasn't a big problem. These ports were under the control of the Kamla Empire's Navy. As long as the Empire's Navy agreed, there wouldn't be any problems. Opening the new flyer's military port to the new flyer's fleet was more or less a problem. However, the Kamla Empire's Navy gave a new flyer's fleet an identity as an auxiliary fleet of the Empire's Navy in the name of cooperating with the new flyer's fleet to fight pirates. This allowed them to freely enter and leave the Empire's military port. Chairman Sue, this is in consideration of the military's opinion, so he only gave you the identity of an auxiliary fleet. Please don't mind it. Russell explained to Sue. He was very clear that in terms of pure combat strength, the new flyer's fleet was actually far superior to the Empire's Navy that didn't have a large number of frigates. Therefore, in name, the new flyer's fleet was the auxiliary fleet, but in reality, if they really encountered pirates, the new flyer's fleet would be the main combat force. The pirates in the southern waters of the Kamla Empire weren't rampant for a day or two. Previously, the Kamla Empire's Navy had encircled and annihilated them many times, but because the Navy's ships couldn't completely suppress the pirates, there was no way to achieve truly outstanding results. But after the new flyer's fleet arrived, relying on the frigate's superior attack power and extreme speed, as long as they encountered pirates, the pirates couldn't resist at all. They couldn't even escape. In just half a year, more than half of the pirates in the southern waters of the Kamla Empire had disappeared, and they were no longer as rampant as before. Oh, that's nothing. Sue, he waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He really didn't care about the title. After all, the Kamla Empire was one of the 2 empires on this continent, and it was understandable that they wanted to have a sense of superiority in name. In comparison, Sue, he paid more attention to the practical significance of this. Opening the civilian port to the transport fleet meant that they took the initiative to open up the market to the new flyer, and that was actually enough. Opening the military port to the fleet would allow the fleet to have a more stable and sufficient supply base when cruising the southern waters of the Kamla Empire in the future, and they wouldn't need to run all the way back to the kingdom of Ruhr's Nissi port to resupply. This way, it would greatly increase the range of activities of the new flyer's fleet, and it would help the new flyer to explore and develop the southern waters of the Kamla Empire and the surrounding waters more deeply. Sue carefully looked at the cooperation agreement and found that the contents listed on it didn't only include all the contents that Russell mentioned to him last time, but there were also a lot of additional items. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It could be seen that the Kamla Empire's Navy really brought out a good deal of sincerity to cooperate with the new flyer this time. This was a good start, and it proved that the Kamla Empire's Navy had enough considerations to continue to cooperate with the new flyer in the future. After discussing some of the details of the agreement with Russell, both sides quickly reached an agreement and signed their names on the agreement. Seeing Sue sign the agreement, Russell's face immediately revealed a bright smile, and he extended his hand to Sue. Chairman Sue, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Sue smiled and shook hands with Russell, and then asked, Sir Russell, I have another question. After you buy these 3 frigates, how do you plan to use them? Russell looked at Sue strangely. Of course, it's to let them serve the Navy immediately. Only by letting others see the power of these frigates with their own eyes will they support the Navy to replace them with these frigates on a large scale. What? Chairman Sue, don't you want this? No, no, no. I really hope that your Navy can replace them with frigates on a large scale, because only in this way can our Chamber of Commerce make money, right? Sue laughed and glanced at the several followers behind Russell who had the same strange expression and didn't ask any more questions. The construction of any frigate wasn't something that could be done in a day or two, so there was no point for Russell to continue to stay here. However, he still left a subordinate behind and told Sue that he was there to supervise the construction of the frigates and to act as a middleman between the two sides. Sue wasn't surprised by this, and he didn't have any objections. He gladly accepted and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare a place for this so-called Kamla Empire Navy observer. Seeing that Sue was very cooperative, Russell was relieved and only stayed in the Principality of Constantine for a day. The next morning, before he planned to leave, Russell decided to visit the New Flyer shipyard. In addition to observing the construction process of the frigates, it was also a way for the observers to prepare for the first day of work. Seeing that all the work in the New Flyer shipyard was done in an orderly manner, with each worker being filled with energy and moving smoothly, Russell was very satisfied before deciding to leave. With Sue accompanying him, Russell walked to the pier of the Shinfei harbor. He looked at the endless sea in the distance and said to Sue in an emotional voice, Chairman Sue, I've heard that you have a wish to explore the depths of the endless sea. Sue gave a slight nod. Yes. Actually, my goal in developing the magic boats was to one day explore all the places on the endless sea with the magic boats. I've always believed that there's definitely one or several other continents outside of the continent we're currently on. Is it because of the legend of the halflings? Russell asked with a smile. After coming to the New Flyer several times, he already knew that there was a legendary halfling in the New Flyer. Moreover, when he was visiting the shipyard, Sue had even introduced him to them. It's not just because of the halflings. It's also because exploring this unknown world is something that people desire the most. Sue replied, Sir Russell, don't you feel that exploring a new world makes people excited? Russell laughed. I'm already old. This kind of thing should be left to a young person like you. Of course, I hope that when the time comes, our Empire's Navy can explore the endless sea with your New Flyers Guard fleet. After all, other than the new world in the endless sea, isn't there endless danger? Sue smiled and didn't respond to Russell's words. As if he realized something from Sue's reaction, Russell's expression changed slightly. He turned to look into the depths of the sea and found that there were several small mountain-sized ships quickly heading towards the harbor. This should be your New Flyers transport fleet, right? I've long heard that they are extremely huge. Seeing them with my own eyes today, they really live up to their reputation. Russell exclaimed, You will see them often in the future. Sue replied with a smile, but then he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Sensing Sue's strange expression, Russell asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, nothing. Sue looked up at the paladin that was already close to the harbor, and a strange feeling flashed through his heart. After a while, the bridge on the paladin was lowered. Under the personal escort of the paladin's captain, the Marquis of Southgard, who went to visit the Black Rice Harbor with the paladin yesterday, walked down from the ship. Seeing Sue standing on the harbor, the Marquis of Southgard walked over with a smile. Chairman Sue, you're too polite. You actually came to welcome me. Personally, the Marquis of Southgard suddenly paused. His gaze moved away from Sue and fixed on Russell, who was beside Sue and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. The smile on Russell's face had also long disappeared. Chapter 777. He didn't need to think too much, and he could already see the sparks between the Marquis of Southgard and Russell. Yo, isn't this the dear Marquis of Southgard? I didn't think that it would be such a coincidence to meet you here. It really is a surprise. The first to speak was Russell. I thought that you would be hiding in your rat hole every day, but I never thought that you would have the guts to come out. The Marquis of Southgard gave a cold laugh filled with ridicule. Dear Count Russell, if I remember correctly, you were the one who hid every day and didn't dare come out. If I really had to describe you as a rat, wouldn't it be more appropriate for you? Hearing the cold laughter of the two, he gave a bitter smile in his heart. The Malar Empire and the Kamla Empire were two large empires with tens of millions of people. There were many important people among them. So why did the Marquis of Southgard and Russell know each other and have a grudge against each other? Sir Russell, Sir Marquis, do you two know each other? As the owner of this place, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He could only force himself to take a step forward and stand between the two of them. Humph, we don't just know each other. Russell gave a cold snort. If it wasn't for this damn rat, how could I have been transferred to the Empire's Navy? So you've already been demoted to the Navy. That really is something worth celebrating. The Marquis of Southgard was always calm in front of other people, but when facing Russell, his tone was filled with ridicule and he had a sour face. This made very curious about what kind of grudge the two of them had for them to be this angry when they met. Even if I'm in the Navy, I'm still in the Army. But what about you? I've heard that the Marlow War Goddale and Southgate has disappeared from the Malar Empire's army after the last battle. Speak. Are you afraid that you don't dare face the warriors of our Kamla Empire? The Marquis of Southgard gave a strong snort, but he didn't refute Russell. He turned to and asked, Chairman can you tell me why he's here? Could it be that your new flyer has a cooperation with the Kamla Empire? I should be asking you this. Russell replied before Suyi's question. The Marlow Empire is at least 3,000 kilometers away. Why did you come all the way here? Are you qualified to know? Marquis Southgate replied without any courtesy. But I can tell you the truth. I accidentally learned of the existence of a new flyer and was very interested in it. So, I specially came here to take a look. But you, Russell, it seems like you're representing your Kamla Empire's Navy this time. But with your Kamla Empire's military department, can you really cooperate with a new flyer? This question hit the sore spot in Russell's heart, making him speechless for a while. Being able to come to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to discuss this cooperation and finally deciding to buy 3 guard ships, he had used all his methods to convince the high-level commanders of the Royal Navy. Finally, he had convinced the budget department of the Royal Army with great difficulty to approve this. But even if the military department approved the Navy's proposal, they were still very tight on the budget. Russell had no choice but to give up the idea of buying several dozen or even 100 guard ships. To be honest, he didn't think that the 3 frigates could bring much change to the Imperial Navy. His real purpose was to bring the 3 frigates back and let his colleagues in the Imperial Navy see the power of the frigates with their own eyes. This would change their view of the Imperial Navy. Only with a clear common goal could the Navy have the opportunity to get more budget from the military department and satisfy his desire to improve the Navy's strength. But even so, Russell still couldn't be sure that everything would go as smoothly as he expected. In the end, it was a matter of money. The Kamla Empire's financial situation was relatively normal in recent years, causing the military department's budget to constantly drop. In comparison, the less important Navy's budget was naturally more tight. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be a problem to take out tens of millions of gold coins to buy several dozen guard ships. But now it was very difficult to even take out the money to buy 3 guard ships. Thinking of this, Russell's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. The Marquis of Southgard sharply noticed Russell's change and immediately broke out in laughter. Russell angrily glared at the Marquis of Southgard before giving a cold snort. He turned a bid farewell to before turning to leave. The subordinates behind him quickly followed him and sat in the magic sedan he had bought, disappearing into the distance after a while. When Russell left, The Marquis of Southguard stopped laughing, looking in the direction Russell left in. He thought for a bit before turning to Sue to say, "Chairman Sue, I'm very grateful for your warm hospitality during this time. I've seen everything here and answered all the questions I needed to answer. Since I've disturbed you long enough, it's time to say goodbye." Sue slightly raised his brows. "Sir Marquis, you're leaving?" "That's right. I want to stay here for a bit longer, but it seems like I can't keep waiting." "Chairman Sue, I'm saying goodbye to you now. I'll be heading back to the Malheur Empire with Seymour in the afternoon." "You're not going with Princess Caroline?" Sue asked. The Marquis of Southguard revealed a faint smile. "Her Highness has already sent us back safely, so there's no need to trouble her when we go back. Moreover, I feel that Her Highness will want to stay here for a bit longer." Sui nodded and didn't say anything else. "All right, Sir Marquis, I hope that the half a month I've spent here will leave a good impression in your mind. I represent myself and the new flyer to welcome you as a guest again in the future." "Definitely." The Marquis of Southguard nodded with a faint smile. "Chairman Sue, I think that there will be many places where we can cooperate in the future. There will be more chances for me to come to the Principality of Constantine than Russell. If nothing unexpected happens, after I return to the Malheur Empire and prepare for some time, I will formally propose some cooperation to you. I hope that you can prepare ahead of time." Sue nodded. "No problem. If you need anything, we can prepare it for you at any time." "All right. Since it's like this, then I'll be leaving." The Marquis of Southguard waved his hand at Sue before leading Seymour and his subordinates to the magic sedan that they had driven all the way here. Just like Russell, they left without any hesitation. Seeing the Marquis of Southguard's motorcade disappear into the horizon, Sue shook his head with a bitter smile. Although the meeting between Russell and the Marquis of Southguard today was an accident, he already had this idea in his heart. He just didn't have a good chance to do it. In the end, Russell and the Marquis of Southguard were old acquaintances, and they met through this accident, which inadvertently achieved Su Yi's goal. The continent didn't need two equally strong empires, so the Kamla Empire and the Malheur Empire were like fire and water, so there was no chance of reconciliation. But because they had this kind of relationship, it was beneficial for the new flyer to benefit from this. Although the cooperation between the new flyer and the Kamla Empire was only in its initial stages, and the cooperation with the Malheur Empire was only a shadow, without anything substantial, Su Yi believed that these two large empires would be firmly linked to the new flyer in the future. Although playing a balance between the two empires was no different from playing with fire, with the powerful chips in his hands, Su Yi wasn't that worried. After thinking for a bit on the pier, Su Yi's figure flashed, and he appeared in the Academy of Magic that was around 5 kilometers away from the pier. Su Yi's sudden appearance scared the researchers who were discussing in the garden outside, but Su Yi only greeted them before heading to Evita's private lab. As soon as he opened the door to the lab, he was greeted with a cry of surprise, and Su Yi was immediately embraced by a small and delicate body. Feeling the fragrance that entered his nostrils, Su Yi calmed himself down and helped Teresa in his embrace to stand up. "Hey, Teresa, why are you in such a hurry?" Teresa looked up at Su Yi and a blush appeared on her face. She lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "I'm going to get something." Without waiting for Su Yi's reaction, she quickly left like a frightened deer. Seeing Teresa disappear around the corner, a strange smile appeared on Su Yi's face, and he walked into the lab. "President, aren't you accompanying Sir Marquis of Southguard?" Evita's special gentle voice sounded in the lab. "He already left," Su Yi replied. He habitually looked around the lab and asked, "What did Teresa come here for?" "She asked me about the parameters of the magic cannon's magic array," Evita replied. "Oh, how did you answer her?" Evita looked deeply at Su Yi. "Don't worry, President. I've been answering her according to your instructions." Su Yi smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm always assured when you do things." "But Evita, what about the things I told you to do before? How is it?" "The beginning has been written. Please take a look, President," Evita replied and took out a thick notebook for Su Yi. Chapter 778. Sui received the notebook and opened it to see a title on the first page. Introduction to Magic Machinery Fundamental Theory. Scrolling down, one would discover that this notebook was describing extremely basic, but also the core of magic machinery theoretical knowledge. Evita's description of these fundamental theories in this notebook was incomparably detailed and exceptionally easy to understand. Even a person who had never come into contact with magic machinery would be able to obtain a preliminary understanding of magic machinery principles from this notebook. However, one could see that the contents of this notebook were more focused on the construction of magic arrays and the effects of using magic arrays as a power source on magic machinery. As for mechanical knowledge, it was slightly less involved. Simply speaking, this was closer to an introductory reference book on magic power theory, but it was still lacking compared to a complete magic machinery fundamental theory. This wasn't out of Suyi's expectations. He had asked Evita to assist in writing this magic machinery fundamental theory book, and originally requested her to focus on the construction of magic arrays, as well as the effects of using magic arrays as a power source on magic machinery. As for the mechanical aspect, it was mainly written by himself, with Kanbai and the other engineers assisting him. Sui skimmed through it once, and discovered that Evita didn't disappoint his expectations. Not only did she not make any obvious mistakes, but she also made many details exceptionally perfect, even exceeding his expectations in explaining and understanding. Very good, Evita. I discovered that in the field of magic array theory, you are definitely not inferior to me, or even to any magus in this world. You are exaggerating. Evita laughed embarrassedly. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Sir Chairman, do you really intend to publicly publish this book? That's right. Sui closed the notebook with a paw sound. I intend to use this book as an introductory reference book for establishing the magic machine industry theory system. I guarantee that anyone will be able to gain a certain level of understanding and interest in the magic machine industry through this book. Not only do I want to publicly publish it, I want to publicize it so that everyone will know of its existence, buy it, and read it. Speaking till here, Sui suddenly chuckled towards Evita. Evita, I can guarantee that this book will sell like hotcakes. Then, as one of the authors, what do you want your name to be placed? Evita was startled. Sir Chairman, shouldn't this book be published under your name? Do I look like a thief who steals the fruits of other people's labor? Sui purposely frowned, reprimanding her with a face of dissatisfaction. Actually, if not for the need to publicize this book, I wouldn't even want to put my name on it. Because I don't need this book to raise my fame, right? But I don't really wish to be famous. Evita said, No, Evita, you must be famous. You must be extremely famous. Sui grabbed Evita's shoulder and said with a serious look, Remember, you're the chief of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic research facility. So in the magic machine industry, you are the most outstanding expert. There is no one more outstanding than you in this industry. You must have this confidence. Do you understand what I mean? I don't quite understand. If we really compare our understanding of magic machines, I am far inferior to Sir Chairman. Don't compare yourself to me. My main identity is the chairman of the New Flyer. Sui shook his head. Well, let me put it bluntly. We need to establish an expert. I am the chairman, so I am not suitable. Camby and the others aren't humans, so they aren't suitable either. Thus, you're the most suitable candidate. If that's the case, then Akali is also very suitable. But Akali isn't the chairman. You are. Sui sternly said. In short, listen to my arrangements, all right? Evita was silent for a moment before nodding. All right, Sir Chairman. Seeing Evita agree, Sui revealed a smile. He patted Evita's shoulder and comforted her. You don't need to worry that Akali won't be happy. I've given her something else to do. Compared to this, she will be more willing to do these things. Yes, I believe in you, Sir Chairman. Seeing Sui let out a sigh of relief. Evita laughed. Sir Chairman, you don't need to care about our feelings. We are your subordinates, so of course we have to listen to your arrangements. Sui shook his head. No, I have never treated you as my normal subordinates. Even if it wasn't because of steel, just by myself, I can't ignore your feelings. Is that so? Evita blinked and glanced at the door of the laboratory. She suddenly let out a faint sigh. But what do you plan on doing with Teresa? He turned his head to look at the door. He narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything for a while. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The Marquis of Southgard and Russell had left very quickly. But Princess Caroline had gone against her previous attitude of wanting to return to the Drake Duchy. She had stayed by Su Yi's side every day, not leaving for a second. Su Yi had revealed to her that he wanted to cooperate with the Drake Duchy in terms of production magic machines, which had aroused her interest. There were countless magic machine companies in the surrounding countries, but other than New Flyer, the other companies were only producing household magic machines. There wasn't a single company that was involved in production magic machines. Although the main reason was that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce hadn't released the technology related to the production magic machines, a part of the reason was that the production magic machines required a company to have a high technological foundation. A normal magic machine company couldn't satisfy this demand at all, not mentioning anything else. Just the most basic magic thread rolling machine required technology that was completely different from household magic machines. To grasp this technology, even if New Flyer was willing to transfer it, the other companies would need to invest large amounts of money and manpower. Normal companies weren't willing to do this kind of thankless thing, but for the Drake Duchy, this was something that they couldn't ask for. Of course, He only said that he would cooperate with the Drake Duchy in terms of production magic machines. He didn't have any plans of handing over the production magic machine technology. This so-called cooperation was just to copy their previous cooperation. New Flyer would build a production magic machine factory in the Drake Duchy. Moreover, this production magic machine factory would only produce agricultural magic machines. It wouldn't involve other production magic machines. As for why He wanted to do this, of course it's because I'm in the Drake Duchy, isn't it? Princess Caroline revealed a smile as she said this with a proud look. He rolled his eyes at her. You don't have that much face. Although this choice did consider part of Princess Caroline, it wasn't because she was beautiful. It was because she had a good relationship with Yi, as well as the good cooperation they had before. But if one was to talk about the most important reason, it was completely because of the Drake Duchy's location. The Drake Duchy had a border with the Sac Kingdom to the west and a border with the Fok Kingdom to the northeast. These two countries were countries that didn't popularize magic machines yet, so they were new markets that had just been developed. New Flyer had already signed an agreement with the Sac Kingdom, so the Sac Kingdom would buy over 100,000 agricultural magic machines from New Flyer. The Fok Kingdom had already shown a strong interest in these agricultural magic machines. If they produced the agricultural magic machines from the New Flight Commerce main base and transported them over, it would take a large amount of time and transportation costs, which would increase the cost by quite a bit. If they built an agricultural magic machine factory in the Drake Duchy, it would be easier to satisfy the needs of these two kingdoms. Other than this, there was also a long-term consideration, which was the Malur Empire. According to the Marquis of Southgard's performance over the past few days, He felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would start working with New Flyer after returning to the Malur Empire. Of the things that he was interested in New Flyer, one of the things he cared about the most was the agricultural magic machines. Building an agricultural magic machine factory in the Drake Duchy that was over 2,000 kilometers closer to the Malur Empire than the Principality of Constantine would help satisfy the strong demand of the Malur Empire. He didn't need to say this, but Princess Caroline could guess it. But she didn't care about this. The important thing was that New Flyer would really invest in an agricultural magic machine factory in the Drake Duchy. This was New Flyer's first time investing in a production magic machine factory with another country, which was a precedent. This meant that even if the Drake Duchy's relationship with New Flyer couldn't compare to the Lampari kingdoms, it was still better than the other countries. Among the countries to the southwest of Signs, New Flyer was already recognized as the best partner. Being able to receive special treatment from New Flyer was without a doubt a great piece of news for the Drake Duchy. So not only did Princess Caroline follow Sue every day, she also had a bright smile on her face. She even revealed an infatuated look in front of Steele. She had indeed done on purpose. Other than showing Sue her special attitude, it was also to provoke Steele. This fellow had said that he was magnanimous before, but Princess Caroline didn't believe him. As a wife, how could she not mind seeing another woman pestering her husband? However, Steele's performance had completely disappointed her. Chapter 779. Countwell looked at the Banta City financial report in his hand and slightly knit his brows. This didn't mean that this financial report wasn't good-looking. Rather, the numbers were very beautiful. Anyone who saw this would be surprised. According to this financial report, Banta City's total income last month was 460,000 gold coins. It had already surpassed Anvilmar City and became the city with the highest income in the Lampari Kingdom. There was no other city that could compare. It had to be known, Anvilmar City was the capital of the Lampari Kingdom, so it was very natural for the kingdom to pay attention to it. Adding in the fact that most of the large nobles and large companies were gathered there, their income had always far surpassed that of the other cities in the kingdom. If time went back 8 years before the New Flyer appeared, Banta City's income would have been negative. They had to rely on subsidies from the kingdom's finances each year to barely survive. Although it wasn't the worst city in the kingdom, it was still at the bottom. They never thought that there would be a day when they could surpass Anvilmar City. However, in just 8 years, Banta City had achieved something that they never imagined before. There was no doubt that this was something that everyone in Banta City should be proud of. As the current city lord of Banta City, as well as the leader who had created the glory of Banta City over the past few years, Countwell was more qualified to be happy and proud. When he first saw this financial report, Countwell was indeed filled with joy and felt a deep sense of pride in his heart. But when he saw the normal-looking number at the back of the report, his mood instantly changed. This number was related to Banta City's monthly income growth. According to the data, Banta City's income last month was around 460,000 gold coins. Compared to March's income of around 440,000 gold coins, it was an increase of around 4%. For a Banta City of this scale, being able to increase by 4% in a month was already considered quite a good achievement. But Countwell clearly remembered that this number was 6% last month. It was 8% the month before last, and it was 9% the month before last. If one looked at the income of the last half a year, they would find that this number was decreasing month by month. This meant that Banta City's current revenue was growing slower and slower. Based on the current trend, by the end of the year, Banta City's revenue wouldn't increase by that much. In fact, it might even cause a regression. Impossible. Count Revel immediately shook his head, instantly denying the possibility in his heart. However, when he calmed down and thought about it seriously, he had to admit that this was a fact that he had to face. Banta City's development had clearly reached a bottleneck. It was very hard for Banta City to develop by leaps and bounds like when the magic machine industry had just risen. To solve this problem, other than strengthening Banta City's development in all directions, the most important thing was to invest in Banta City's pillar, the magic machine industry. After pacing in his office for around half an hour in thought, Countwell left the city lord's manor. He sat in his personal magic sedan and headed to the west side of Banta City. This new district was another new district of Banta City that had just been developed last year. According to Count Revel's plan, this new district would be a comprehensive district. It wouldn't be like the previous Banta City plan, where each district was divided into different areas. In this comprehensive city area, there were already 3 hotels and many shops. On one side of the road, there were 2 different kinds of factories, and on the other side, the Amrit Chamber of Commerce had built a large number of residences. These 20-meter-tall, 6-story residences were the new apartments that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce released. because there was a complete water supply system and a water circulation system under the residences, as well as a complete sewer system. These residences were the most convenient residences in Bana City. At the same time, because the price wasn't high, being far from the price of the villas, it was very popular once it was released. Not far away from this residential area, there was also a large building rising from the ground. This building belonged to Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training Academy, so it was considered a product of the expansion of Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training Academy. The reason why it could occupy such a large and good location was because of Count Revel's support. Although this Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training Academy was founded by New Flyer, after New Flyer left Banta City and the Lampari Kingdom, this academy fell into the control of Banta City's City Lord Manor. When Count Revel took over as Banta City's City Lord, he didn't place much importance on this academy in the first 2 years, but starting last year, he began focusing on this academy. Not only did he give it land, he also invested large amounts of money. He recruited students from Bana City and the surrounding cities, causing the academy to expand by 4 to 5 times. Currently, there are more than 8,000 students in the academy. Apart from the majority of them who are focused on the various types of magic machineries, there are also more than 400 students who were directly involved in the research and study of magic machineries. This was a subject established by Count Revel. At the same time, Count Revel had ordered the Baron Ricto Magic Academy to send their students here to study magic machine theory. If it was before, of course, no students would be interested in this kind of research. But with the popularity of magic machines in the Lampari Kingdom and the surrounding countries, not only were the students of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy interested in studying magic machine theory, even the young magicians of the Lampuri Royal Academy were interested in it. Compared to the Lampuri Royal Academy, Bana City's Magic Machine Industry Training Academy had a very important advantage. It was that this academy was founded by New Flyer, so even if it was now under Bana City's name, he had always paid attention to this academy. Not only did he provide training for New Flyer skilled workers, he also provided the academy with a lot of basic magic machine theory, making it easier for the students to learn and grasp this knowledge. Count Revel had specially come here today to participate in a ceremony. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce would be donating a basic magic machine theory book written by the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's Magic Research Facilities Chief Evita and the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's Magic Machine Development Center's manager Camby, as well as several researchers and engineers of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. This book was the first true magic machine theory book. According to the information provided by the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, this book contained a very complete magic machine theory foundation. It could allow people who didn't have any magic machine knowledge at all to grasp the basics of magic machines after reading this book. This book wasn't important to New Flyer, but it was a very important book for everyone outside of New Flyer that participated in the magic machine industry. Because before this, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had only given the technology to other companies. This time, it was their first time sharing the theoretical system. So it could be said that this book didn't just have a strong practical meaning, it also had a strong symbolic meaning. The reason why New Flyer was far ahead of the other companies in terms of magic machine technology was mainly because they had an absolute advantage in terms of theory. The appearance of this book meant that New Flyer was willing to share their magic machine theory, which meant that the other companies would finally have a chance to catch up to New Flyer. Moreover, according to the information New Flyer had given Count Revel, although New Flyer would publish this book in the future, they would allow Banta City to be the first to receive it. They would only publish it in half a year. This meant that compared to other people and companies, Banta City had half a year more. This was clearly New Flyer taking special care of Banta City. So, Count Revel was very grateful to Sue E. personally coming to this book awarding ceremony. But when Count Revel rushed to Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Skill School, he was surprised to find that it wasn't Sue E who was here, but rather his wife Steele. Looking at Steele's clearly swollen stomach, Count Revel suppressed the questions in his heart. He first congratulated Steele before asking about Sue Yi's whereabouts. "I'm very sorry, Sir Count. Su, he had an urgent matter, so he had to cancel his trip to the book awarding ceremony. But he specially had me attend the ceremony in his place and apologize to Sir Count. Urgent matter? Is it serious? Count Revel asked with knit brows. With New Flyer's powerful influence in the surrounding countries, what urgent matter could make Su change his trip? It's not that serious, but he has to personally take care of it, Steele replied with a shake of her head. It's like this. Count Revel's voice had a trace of undisguised disappointment and worry. Su, he had always been a person who kept his promises. He didn't think that there was anything urgent that could force Su to change his trip, so this meant that there was a very serious possibility. For Su to not be willing to come to this important book awarding ceremony, perhaps Banda City wasn't that important in his mind. Chapter 780. It should be said that Count Will's guess was quite close to the truth. Although Banta City was a city with a special meaning to Su, that was only in terms of his personal feelings. It made him consider Banta City a bit more when making decisions, giving Banta City some special care. But based on the actual situation, Banta City wasn't that important to Su. The New Flyers Industries had already moved out of Banta City, and they cooperated with the surrounding countries. Compared to this, although Banta City was still the most important magic machine industry city in the Lampari Kingdom, it couldn't keep up with the development of the New Flyer, so it couldn't affect the development of the New Flyer. But if it was said that Su felt that Banta City wasn't that important, so he deliberately canceled his trip and wasn't willing to come to the book-giving ceremony, that really was an injustice to him. The matter he encountered this time wasn't that serious, but other than him, there was no one else who could deal with it. This was because this matter involved the elves, and in the entire New Flyer, other than him, the elves wouldn't completely trust any other humans. So when Steele appeared at the book-giving ceremony of the Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training School, Su appeared in the northwest corner of the Black Rice Wasteland, just a step away from the Sac Kingdom's border. Chairman Su, these humans refuse to follow the agreement we signed and won't let us pass. One of the Moon Shadow Tribe's forest guards in charge of fighting, Donid, pointed at the Sac Kingdom soldiers in the distance and angrily said, "This is the agreement we signed with the highest oath, and they actually aren't willing to follow it. Could it be that humans aren't willing to keep their promises? Pay attention to your words." The Moon Shadow Tribe's forest guard captain, Phelps, reprimanded Donid before giving Su an apologetic smile. Chairman Su, Donid is still young and doesn't know anything. Please forgive her. Su looked at Donid, who had an awkward look, because she realized she had said something wrong. This fellow was already 76 years old. She was twice his age, so how could she be young? Of course, for the elves who lived for several hundred years, this was indeed an age where she didn't know anything. What did they say? Su ignored Donid and asked Phelps. "We came here a week ago to take this territory, but we were stopped by these fellows who called themselves the Sac Kingdom's loyal guards. I told them that we had signed an agreement with the Sac Kingdom and this territory belonged to our Moon Shadow tribe, but they said that they didn't know about this agreement and didn't receive any notice, so they firmly didn't allow us to take a single step into the Sac Kingdom's territory." "Oh, then have you tried it before?" Sui asked. "Yes, but when we tried it, the other side took out their weapons and didn't hesitate to fight, so I could only retreat." Sui looked at the Sac Kingdom soldiers and estimated that there were around 2,000 of them. Although it wasn't considered much, Phelps and the others only came to take this territory and weren't prepared to fight, so they only brought 100 forest guards. In terms of battle strength, 100 forest guards without any military magic machines could only deal with 1,000 human soldiers. They were helpless against 2,000 human soldiers. Seeing Phelps look behind him with an expectant look, Sui shook his head. "It's not time for the company's guards to move out yet. Let me investigate the situation first." Sui came out of the crowd and cast a wind spell on himself, instantly flying in front of the Sac Kingdom soldiers. Seeing Sui come over, the Sac Kingdom soldiers immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and pointed them at him. "This is the Sac Kingdom's border. No one is allowed to enter without permission. This magician on the other side, if you don't stop, we will attack you. There was a stern warning that came from the square formation, and he had stopped 30 meters away from the first row of soldiers. Strictly speaking, he had already crossed the Sac Kingdom's border, but those soldiers didn't make a move. He looked over the soldiers, and finally his eyes fell onto a Sac Kingdom soldier in the middle who was dressed differently, looking like an officer. I am the New Flyers chairman, Su-E. I'm here to give you an announcement. According to the agreement signed by our new flyer, the Principality of Constantine, the Moon Shadow Tribe, and the Sac Kingdom's Parliament, the land you're standing on belongs to the Moon Shadow Tribe. I have been entrusted by the Moon Shadow Tribe to give you a final warning. You have half a day to leave this territory, otherwise the Moon Shadow Tribe will reserve the right to make a move against you. He deliberately used a sound amplification spell to not only spread to the Sac Kingdom soldiers, it also reached the ears of the Moon Shadow Tribe elves in the back. Hearing his words, not only were the Sac Kingdom soldiers surprised, even the forest guards of the Moon Shadow Tribe were surprised. They thought that Chairman Su was going to reason with the other side, but they never thought that he would directly give them a final warning. But they didn't think of doing this at all because the two sides weren't equal in strength, so they didn't dare make a move. Moreover, Chairman Su had brought less than 200 new flyer guards this time. Even if the new flyer guards had a shocking battle strength, wouldn't it be hard for them to defeat 2,000 Sac Kingdom soldiers? Then again, they had reason on this matter, so they didn't need to use such intense methods to deal with it. As long as they negotiated with the Sac Kingdom, in order for the Sac Kingdom to smoothly obtain enough fertilizer from the Moon Shadow Tribe, while also cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they would solve this problem no matter what. Furson, as the Forest Guard captain, could understand this, but that didn't mean the other Forest Guards could. For example, when Donoid heard Su Yi's announcement, he was first surprised before his face filled with excitement. Chairman Su is too domineering. He doesn't seem like a wretched human at all. Furson knit his brows to look at him. Pay attention to your words, Donoid. Donoid stuck out his tongue, not caring at all. Furson shook his head and looked into the distance in worry. He didn't know how the Sac Kingdom soldiers would react to Su Yi's words. If the other side had a strong reaction, they would have to prepare for battle. The Sac Kingdom soldiers were silent for a bit before there was a deep and loud cold snort that came from them. Humph. Final warning? So what if you're the New Flyers chairman, Su-E? We are the loyal guards of the kingdom. We won't allow the people of other countries, including the elves, to tarnish our sacred land. Chairman Su, I urge you to leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? Su-E revealed a grin and shook his head. You mean that you're not planning on leaving? Nonsense. All right, I'll give you one more chance. I'll count to 10, and if you don't make a move, my warning will take effect. That officer gave a cold laugh. He looked at Su-E and didn't say anything. Furson in the back looked at Su-E with a bit of worry, as well as a bit of doubt in his eyes. Why did Chairman Su use such a fierce method to deal with this matter? Although this was in line with the way the elves did things, it was clearly different from the smooth way the humans did things. Elder Lysania had always taught him and the other elves of the Moon Shadow Tribe to learn how humans did things, so it was easier to get along with them. Why was it that Chairman Su, who was a leader among humans, was acting like a brute? 10. He didn't waste words and directly began to count down. His voice spread across the plains, causing everyone to raise a brow as they focused on Su-E. 9. That officer continued to look at Su-E with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with disdain, clearly not believing that Su-E would dare make a move. 8. Furson opened his mouth, wanting to stop Su-E, but thinking of what Elder Lysania had said to him before leaving, he could only swallow his words back down. 7. Doniad's eyes opened wide as she excitedly looked at Su-E, who was facing 2,000 soldiers. She thought that Chairman Su was really different from other humans. It was no wonder the Lord Elder praised him in front of all her clansmen. 6. 5. For The cold smile on the officer's face slowly disappeared as he looked at Sue with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow really dared to make a move? 2. Furson raised his right hand, and the 100 Moon Shadow Tribe's forest guards all slightly bent down, preparing to fight. 1. There was a sharp look in the officer's eyes as he raised his right hand, preparing to fall down at any moment. The Sac Kingdom soldiers all tightly held their weapons as they stared right at Sue. No one noticed that of the 200 Frestec Chamber of Commerce guards that Sue brought, not a single one of them had prepared to fight. Time's up. After Sue said these 3 words, he turned his head slightly and looked over the 2,000 Sac Kingdom soldiers in front of him. He said with a slight nod, "Very good. Since you won't listen to my final warning, don't blame me." After saying this, Sue slowly rose up, and after a while, he was already 10 meters above the ground. The Sac Kingdom officers and soldiers looked up at Sue, feeling a bit strange. This fellow had already finished counting down, but he didn't give the order to attack to the elves and the guards behind him. Could it be that he only dared to threaten them verbally? After that, they found that there was an extra sun above their heads. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.